Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's been a while. It's been a long while. Missed you guys. How you been? It's probably been. I think I was going back. Looks like it's been around like a week, maybe even a week and a half of no streaming. So how you all doing? I've just gotten over. Well, I'm getting over being sick. I mean, it was bad. It's sick, so people are gonna complain about it no matter what. But I was at. It was one of those ones that just took all your energy away. So even if I came to draw, I'd sit there and I'd do something for like maybe 10 minutes, and I had to pass out, and I'd be gone for like 6 hours. And anyway, long story short, I'm at about 80%, going strong, and we're gonna be doing some artwork today on Jesop King, like usual. You know how this stuff goes. But this whole excuse me, this whole week and a half has been weird. It's been a little different. So, if I can try to paraphrase a bunch of this stuff. So I'm behind schedule for sure in Jesop. That's not going to affect any kind of update schedule. It's still Monday and Friday right now. If you're interested, check out the webcomic. Every Monday and Friday it updates currently. And you can go check that out anywhere you want. It's pretty much anywhere online. You can just search for jesopking.com. There's a whole bunch of links below. Go check it out wherever you like. Hey, Key Guy, how's it going, man? So all that, like, it's been going a little bit slow. I know I've been sick and all that stuff, but one of the main reasons is I've started to reach out to editors again as well. Now, at the start of Jessup King, I had said that I wasn't going to do that, and everything I was primarily focusing on was just Jessup, right? Some things in the background that I can't wait to share with you guys. Hopefully they pan through so I can play a little bit more with you guys, but or not play a little bit more, but fill you guys in a little bit more on what's going on. But some things seem like there's like motion in the pot. It's being stirred a little bit faster now. There's potential. There's being potatoes thrown in, and there's some other stuff. Just it's turning into a thing, which is great. So I've had to deal with that, and I've had to reach out to, like I said, editors and stuff. Regardless, I'll let you guys know if any of that pans through. Excuse me. Uh, Other than that, this is still going on, and I just wanted to say now. I'm sure I'll say it throughout the stream. Is that two things actually. One, when this current version of Jessup King's done, we're going to be jumping into a more web friendly model. That's what I've been saying. That's what I would like to do. So like updates would be like chapters, okay? Not necessarily like page a day updates. I'm not changing the format. I'm still keeping it like this. The second part of that is I'm kind of taking, I guess, I've been trying to listen and go through all the stuff you guys have been sharing with me and other comments and other people. And Kickstarter just keeps coming up, keeps coming up, keeps coming up, and all that stuff. And I feel like I'm going to spend some time at least looking at it, okay? And that's to say, basically, I'm wondering if the initial thing that I had for this was just web only. That's great. But I'm wondering if I'm possibly missing out by not doing a Kickstarter. Okay, so that's just stuff, and you guys know that's the whole point of the stream is to share the whole process and thoughts going into it. Because I hope some of you guys are at least trying to make your own stuff too. And if you're following me along my journey, you can see all the bumps in the road and all that cool stuff, and hopefully you'll dig it too. Maybe you can follow the same mistakes I make, or some of the successes, or who knows, right? But documenting the journey is 100%. Last thing here, and then we're gonna get the drawing. Promise is I'm going to I'm not considering. I'm going to start streaming on Twitch as well. Probably once or twice a week. But for Twitch to at least give it like I've said this before, the idea of going there, but giving it like an actual update schedule. So if you guys remember, every Wednesday we had a show for an hour or so, right? So I want to do something like that. And the reason is YouTube is super weird. I don't know if you guys. If you're like me, you consume stuff on YouTube, and that's great. YouTube's amazing. I don't want YouTube to go anywhere. It's normal to go on there and watch streams and art and whatever I want. It's almost a search engine, right? However, it seems like the last, I would say, 6 months anyway, for me anyway, I've noticed like it might just be the kind of content I'm putting out. I'm not sure, but it seems like it's stale. It's stagnating. It's not growing. It's very slow. It's slow. It's sluggish. It's crap. You want fires. You want sparks. You want, and not entertainment. I don't want to say that, but I want to see noticeable growth, and I'm not necessarily seeing that right now. So again, that could be the content. But anyway, I'll let you guys know if you guys are following me anywhere, Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff. Check it out. I'll have Twitter or a Twitch. I'm going to set it up whatever so I can do it. Don't expect big production values. We're going to be doing the same thing, except now we get some background music, and now we can do some other cool stuff, which helps the community. And one thing that Twitch is doing way better than YouTube still is it's basically around streaming in a community. So I dig it. I'm gonna give it a shot, see what happens, and then I'm going to monitor some growth there, and then I might just make a full switch. I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you guys know. Regardless, the videos will always be re-uploaded here on YouTube. I don't want to change that either. And I guess just the very last thing, this has popped in my head too. If you guys aren't familiar with Discord, I was gonna say discard. Discord. I'm also going to look into that in setting up like a Scribbles with Jonathan or Scribbles something Discord. I don't have to pay for that. I'll actually throw it out to you guys. If you guys are familiar with Discord and starting your own and stuff, please leave us some links and stuff below in the comment section. I see that stuff all the time. I would love to hear more. The main reason is I follow one. There's only one that I've been able to find. It's like a webcomics one, and there's a few people there, and it's kind of active. But what I like about it is I can come in every day or two, and it's just a funnel for community. And there's other little rooms where you guys can, like, I think, like I've always said, it's always awesome to be able to come into a room and just chat with people sometimes, right? So I think it's cool to do that. I'm not a Skype person. I've never been a Skype person. I'll use it for some things, but Discord, I've given it a try for probably about 3 weeks to a month now, just with that and some Street Fighter stuff that I like, and I'm pleasantly surprised. So I want to say thank you again to you guys out there that were recommending Discord to me a long time ago. And there was not a reason for me to do it. But anyway, so that's what we're doing there. So anyway, what is that, like a 10-minute intro? It's been too long. I missed you guys. I had to fill you guys in on what's going on. What the hell? What's going on? Echo, did I say your name right? How are you? Tromwelt. I just want to thank you for our streams. Tell you how much I love it. Well, thank you. I appreciate the support. And I believe this is your first time in here, right? I believe. I don't think I've seen your name before. So welcome. Welcome, welcome. Troy, good evening to you as well, sir. Okay, so today I imagine we're doing, I don't want to say mega stream because that turns it into something, but I'm just going to stream for a while. We'll probably take some breaks, some, 5-10 minute breaks or whatever. I'm at 80%. I'm at 80%. So my energy's not what it was. Now, I'm going to give you an overview of what we're drawing here, just to catch you guys up to speed. And also, if you guys have any comments or questions, of course, always jam them in the chat. I'll be glad to help you if I can. So, what page did we just upload? Page, I think, 14 or 15, somewhere around there. And this is a little bit towards the end of the story, like Act 3 kind of stuff. So we've got the Doblin King we're going to be drawing, and they're kind of like talking back and forth. They got the prisoners here and stuff. And then this page here, the Pegargo beast that has Jesop and all those guys, it spits them out, and they hit the ground, and they got all that. They're doing a little bit of talking. Then there's the bad guy. I call this the bad guy banter. We did a stream of this as well, of me showing you guys how I do the entire script. I don't think I've put that out just yet, in case you guys missed it, but it's literally like 45 minutes of me like trying to stumble my way through like this page, I believe, of writing. So again, trying to document at least portions of things so you guys can see it, and if it helps you, awesome. So yeah, this is like I always imagine like the last boss of a video game or of a movie. You go and you see them, and no matter what, everybody listens to like the giant speech they have. So that's this little page here. So right now we're doing the line art. It usually goes pretty quick. I like doing this with you guys because you guys keep me entertained. Because this stage right here, I've said this a whole bunch of times. The thumbnails, those are the most brain intensive. Line art, like this stuff here, in my opinion, this is the attention. Everything that could possibly want to steal my attention starts creeping up into my brain in this stage here, because it's just so, I don't know, it's not fun. It feels kind of like I'm tracing the lines over when I'm making them perfect lines, all that kind of stuff, and it's not. There's no like, I'm not finding cool things to add here. That comes with the ink. So when I get to like right now, I'll show you. Like, let's just say let's say I was inking this dude. Oh my gosh. Inking this guy right here. When I come in here and I'm like pressing light to heavy. Oh, 1 second. Maybe I can't. Wait, what? What's going on? Let's try it again. So like when I'm up in here and I want to get like some details, I can press light and heavy and stuff. And you see how you get like a little bit of like quick texture. Like that's fun because it's changing the artwork altogether, But this line art stage, I'm sure any of you out there that follow the same workflow, I'd imagine you guys, this is like the one thing you just kind of rush through. And it's an important step, so I know it has to get done, It's just one of those tedious things, and I love the way it looks afterwards. It's just some garbage you got to go through in the beginning. Stranger, I wondered if you'd consider also trying Twitch the other day. Was watching some creative art streams there. Yeah, no, your guys are right, and you guys have asked me to do it before. I know we did a few streams over there. I was just again, the main reason I tried doing it before was it was a very similar reason. Just things get a little slow here on YouTube, which is it's not your guys' fault. It's nobody's fault. It's just what's a way of saying it? So you could have like let's say a product, and I guess I'll consider this a product. So this stream and the show and all the stuff I do is a product, right? And we put it on YouTube, and we see how it does, and the audience is there, and it grows, but it just hits a cap, and then it's just slow growth after that, right? So what you have to do, and this is just business, right? Anybody in here that considers themselves a businessman or woman, if you're an artist, I'd hope you start calling yourself that. But you have to start to go like, okay, well, is that it? Is this where it goes, and that's it? Are we done? This is as big as it can get. Did I get what I wanted out of it, kind of thing? And if the answer is no, then you got two options, right? You can either just drop it, or maybe the vehicle that you're moving that product through isn't correct, and the only way to do that is to try somewhere else, right? So that's what we're going to be doing next. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not making a full switch, but Twitch does offer a whole bunch of other things. If you guys listen to a guy, Sketchcraft, I talked about him all the time. Sorry, I'm just opening up some reference here. I talk about him all the time. Big fan of his. I know some people, they have mixed reactions on the guy. Regardless, a lot of the content that he produces and talks about, always relevant. And he had this one thing that he said about Twitch, and I agree. That's why I'm kind of experimenting, or we will be experimenting with it, which is that, sorry, I'm just trying to line this up for you guys, which is that Twitch feels very much like you're making a show. You know, like there's not necessarily production value, but it's a show. And if it's a show, then this is mostly like what we do right now, and what I would consider this. Sorry, I'm trying to find, I thought I took a picture of this guy blowing the horn. Guess not. Whereas what I'm doing right now, the way I consider this here, is that I'm just drawing today, and I'm sharing it with you guys. You guys are in my little studio space with me, and we're drawing. We're all shooting the breeze. I'm sure most of you are drawing as well, I hope. And you just got me in the background and stuff, and occasionally we look at each other's art and blah, 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 right? That's the way I look at this. Whereas on Twitch, it does 100%. Like a lot of the channels I follow, I mean, I guess I follow them for different reasons. Like a lot of people, I'll just listen to their stuff because I find them very entertaining. It's not necessarily that I'm trying to learn something. Whereas, anyway, I'm rambling. We'll see how it goes. There's no pressure. No pressure. La 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 la. Oh, congratulations, Troy. That's awesome, man. Roll out the red carpet. Great. Yeah, you're saying my name right. Akko. Okay, cool. I'm new here, but I'm familiar with your stuff. And you're a huge fan. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. What is this tool? Oh, I have a video on this. You can go search that whenever you want. You can go do that now if you want to come back. This here, it's called Pure Ref. It's free to download. You can donate money if you want. I gave it a shot. I'm not money bags. I think I gave him $5 for this thing. It's more than worth it, in my opinion. Anyway, you can take all kinds of pictures you want. You just paste them in here, and it can organize them all. But the reason I like it is probably what you just saw. Normally, I just move this to a second monitor or something, right? But in this case, for the stream, we just leave it here. You can do things like, just say I want to look at this Goblin Dude. I can just hit spacebar. It'll zoom right to him. What this does is it basically replaces like a giant, either a file that you would have all this normally in, or it replaces having multiple files open on a second window. Some people don't have two monitors, so you can even put it on one monitor. It's got all your reference there, and it's I find it very handy, especially for I don't really have too many client projects anymore. I've kind of pushed a lot of that to the side to make room for this and Patreon. But on Patreon, one of the backer rewards, I think it's for $15, is like a commission every month of like a character you like. Your little bus sketch. We do it all the time on the stream. Anyway, so what I'll do is I'll just quickly open up PureRef, and I'll go on Google, and I'll look at like just whatever images, and I'm just like drag them all in, and then save, and then when I go to work on the project, I can just open it up, and all the references gathered there. It just saves time. That's all it does. If something can save you time, then it's probably wise to use it. or at least check it out. I saved the last panel, or the busiest panel last, panel 2, because it's another one of those establishing shots. It's just a bunch of characters kind of standing around doing their thing. Well, I also checked out, and you guys let me know if anybody in here, again, if you're not watching the stream and you're listening to the recording, please, I encourage you to leave a comment if you have. But somebody, I was posting on a few places on Facebook asking for like editors or client work just to see what's going on, and I'll fill you all in with that stuff as it happens. But somebody recommended I check out an agent, an art agent, and he sent me some information to check out and all that, and I did all that. And I reached out to the guy, but I've never worked with an art agent before. Have you guys? Has anybody in here ever worked with a? I've heard of it. I've heard of such things like artists having agents and stuff. You might hear it all the time with like actors and things. Makes sense. Not all of us are business people, right? Maybe your strong suit isn't making like a good, I don't say a good business decision, but you'd rather just create. I do think a lot of people that, let's say, work. They don't want to make their own thing. They just want to make comics. So let's say it's Marvel DC, right? And it's not that it's not your comic that you're making, that you're working on. It's just that you like a script provided for you. You don't get satisfied by making a story like from start to finish yourself. You like to kind of have some guidance, like a hand or a person holding your hand. If that's you, I think maybe an agent. Anyway, when I started hearing about it, just passed my mind. I didn't even think about it before, but it was like that might be a little bit of interesting for some people, because they will try to find you work, and you just get to work, you know, and you kind of pay them. I don't know. I don't even know how much they charge and stuff. So it'll be interesting. So anyway, I reach out to them. Just, again, it's just basically there's an ocean, right? Let's just throw lures in it. Just throw stuff out there. See what bites. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were talking about like doors opening and opportunity and stuff like that. And it's a lot of the same talk. I'm sure all of us we've already heard about it before and crap. But it's essentially like, let's assume you don't want to work for Marvel DC. I'm just going to use them because they're the biggest names, and everybody knows what the hell I'm talking about when I say their name. Okay. So let's just say you don't have any intention for working for Marvel DC because I don't know, you don't like the characters. We'll just say that. You don't have like a passion to draw those characters. You'd rather do your own thing. Okay, but you work a day job and you're like, man, I would do anything I could to like replace this crappy day job so I could draw comics all the time. Right? So you look around and you're like, well, you need income to replace the income you have at your day job, right? So that you can quit the day job and still draw as your full-time job, and then when you're done doing that, you can do your own passion projects, right? So maybe your process starts to go down towards Marvel DC. Maybe if I get a job with them, I could quit my day job, still be drawing comics, and then in my spare time, still do my passion projects, right? And the idea there is like, okay, that might not have been something you thought about, but what if you just, like I just said, what if you just started like knocking on, like, that old game you used to play as a kid, some of us? You go up to a door and you'd knock on it and you run away and you'd watch them open the door. What if you did that to like everything? You just went down like metaphorical like neighborhoods. You're just like, and all these editors' doors and all these people, throwing your name out there, and like somebody opens their door and they're like, oh hey, yeah, there might be something here for you. You now at least have that option to consider it, where before it wasn't even something in your mind. It wasn't even on your radar. Does that make sense? So it just got me thinking like, yeah, like I'm doing my own stuff for sure, and I love it, but you never know what additional possibilities are out there just by knocking on some doors with no intention of anybody answering them, or if you're even going to reply to them, right? And that just got me thinking, and I was like, yeah, like that's speaking to something. Something on the inside. So that's what I've been doing like over this last week and a half. Like I was kind of alluding to in the beginning there. I'm just like throwing a whole bunch of stuff out there. See if anybody answers. So some people answer. At least now I can have a conversation to think about stuff. If not, then if nothing were to happen, then I'm still in the situation where I'm in now, where I had no intent on doing anything anyways, Troy has a few casting agents that I go through to work on. Okay, cool. So it works for you then. Echo. I wish I will get to a point when I'm going to need an agent. At this point, even the best agent won't find me a job. Okay. Well, that's another thing too, right? Like, yeah, I know what you're saying. You'll get there. Just keep doing your thing. Wooden Iron, how you doing, man? Hey, John, do you know Joe NG that did Street Fighter comics? His anatomy is interesting to analyze and he has some dynamic panels. I don't. Joe NG. I know of. Wait, is that like Joe Nugent? Is that what the NG is? You just didn't know how to spell the last part? Let me just see. Street Fighter. Let's see if that comes up over. It's literally Joe NG. I'm familiar with the art, yes. If this is him, then I'm popping up here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm familiar with this guy. It's that I remember in the '90s, man, or early 2000s, around there, like again when Battle Chasers was out and stuff. A lot of it was like Udon. They had like all these interesting friggin' comics that were anime for sure, but they weren't like so anime that it looked totally anime, right? It was like an American style, you know. And they didn't have Street Fighter, but there was a lot of comics that they had. I forget the artist that was on it. It might have been Joe actually. As a matter of fact, There was Dark Minds. That was a comic. I think it was Dreamwave or Dream something. I might be confusing them before Udon came around. What was that other one? It was like a guy and a girl, and I know there's a lot of either cyborgs or robots. It might have been this guy because the art looks the same. Damn it. Anyway. And they had a fantasy book as well. It was really good stuff. But no, like I haven't looked at a lot of those books. I probably should. Probably should. A lot of my stuff I just stick with like I'm in my own little bubble, sadly. Do. All right, let's make a SFX layer or folder. Oh, we gotta move this over. I can't see. All right, let's grab the texture brush. Patley, okay, I'm getting, okay, yes. Okay, there you go. Thank you guys. You guys are hooking me up. A Canadian production called Dreamwave Products. That was it. So Pat Lee. That's what I'm getting confused with. Because they all have a similar style. There's Pat Lee, Alvin Lee. He's a little bit different, but I put them all in the same little pocket. There's Joe NG that you're talking about. They all kind of have like a, at least maybe I hope I'm not alone. I don't see it, but they all have like a similar look. Hey, how's it going, Pillhead? And that's what I'm getting confused with. What the hell was that other one called? Well, you guys could probably find it out. Dreamwave Productions. Yes, I remember it because I heard that they were from Canada, and it was like, oh wow, a Canadian comic studio that's not Marvel DC. Maybe they're hiring. You definitely needed a certain style to work there. But I like their comics. They were unique. I mean, again, I guess I would just I keep saying this, but just imagine yourself in a time where, unless it was Marvel DC for the most part, you weren't reading anything else. So when you'd see stuff like that, that's why I was so attracted to Battle Chasers, Steampunk by Bocello before he was doing Marvel stuff. Or no, he did Marvel stuff before that. Yeah. So Steampunk was amazing. Battle Chasers, obviously. I didn't really like. I still don't really like Campbell's stuff. I know, like Danger Girl. I know he's got a huge fan following and stuff. He deserves it. Just not my bag. Humberto Ramos was doing, what was the vampire comic? I can see the logo. Crimson, and then there's all these Dreamwave books. So many different comics that were out there, man. But again, just imagine, like I said, a lot of those things, if it wasn't for Marvel or DC, like there weren't really anything else. Like you could go into Image and get Spawn, but there were still like superhero books, right? They weren't like At least the stuff I was looking at. It was really hard to try to find anything that was non um, superhero at all. Real tough. And I wasn't actually looking for it. It was kind of like you'd go to the comic book store and those were the comics. It wasn't like there was, well, these are the comics, but these are like the weird Japanese stuff that nobody reads over here. It wasn't like that. It was just, they weren't there. They just weren't there. And it's so odd, man. Like, in today, it's like so different. So glad it's different. Thank goodness for the internet. Honestly, if it wasn't for the internet, everybody getting like those anime bootleg tapes from their friend who lived near like a city with some shady like mall or shady like stand that was selling bootleg anime and stuff. Like, how long would it have taken us to like start to appreciate that stuff? I remember the Street Fighter anime. I don't know if you guys ever saw it. It came out in the '90s. I remember my brother and I, we watched it. We beat the hell out of that tape. Oh my god, we watched it so much. It was insane. Huge Street Fighter fan, and it was like watching the game, but not. It was amazing. I remember we didn't look at it and going like, "What is this anime crap?" I didn't know. Like, I don't even think it had. It was called. I remember. I still remember when anime. The words started coming around in manga, but I didn't know what the hell manga meant or manga, whatever you want to call it. I didn't know what it meant. It was just these weird terms, and I especially remember anime. It had this like disgusting connotation with it. Like it automatically meant like I didn't know the word at the time, like hentai. I don't think people really knew about it either. But whatever you Japanese porn, cartoon porn, whatever that was anime. All of that was bundled together, right? So imagine that mixed with all these like like people that wear weird things and they wear it was a really weird time. It was a really weird time, and if you liked anime, which could have been Berserk, Dragon. But this was before Dragon Ball was sick. Um, what were some of these other movies? Again, even Street Fighter. It was kind of like nobody really talked about it, but it was blowing in my mind. And it had nothing to like. Again, I didn't know anything about like these. The internet wasn't around, right? So it was just whatever you could get, and usually it was like a friend. I'm just grateful I was in those circles, like a couple of those circles anyway, where I was in a bad way. To a certain degree, I wouldn't go full anime guy because I knew what that meant, especially in high school, especially in grade school. My God. Um, but sadly, I do feel like I missed out on a whole bunch, like a whole artistic culture that if I had joined the weird people that were actually just being the most legit people at school, like maybe you're one of those weird people, but you've given into yourself and what you like. That pays off so much as you grow up, as opposed to trying to fit in like I did, trying to fit in and not get too much attention put to yourself, and you kind of lose yourself a lot in there. Cliffhanger was amazing. I love that. Yep, it was image thing. Pat Lee instant anime style Transformers. Yeah, sure did. There were no comic book stores at all in my country in the '90s. Still isn't one till this day. But at least you can buy it online. Dan, where do you live? Where do you live? I remember thinking manga was shitty Japan animation and anime was this good animation. Exactly. That's why the little tangent I was going on there was like, thank goodness for the internet, because if it wasn't for the internet, like this is the best part about the internet. Besides it, like in a way homogenizing everything, but making everything acceptable. Because if you don't know, you can go check out what the hell is that, and you can find out what it is, right? Other than that, let's say you were secretly like a closet anime fan or manga, you didn't know the difference between the two. Once the internet started coming out, like even like I'm talking dial up and stuff, and search engines started coming up. Do you remember when you had to like? I'm not gonna get it. That was a whole other thing. But I remember like for the first couple times going like typing in anime and just seeing what came in. I think it was web crawler was the name of the search engine at the time. Was it web crawler? I know Yahoo was there before. There's like AOL. We everybody used Nutscrape. That's what we always used to call it. But anyway, I remember typing in anime and just seeing all this artwork that I was like, holy shit, this looks like all the video games that I've been playing. Like, I'm a huge role playing guy, a Street Fighter, like I keep saying, side scrolling beat 'em ups. That's all anime, right? And I was looking at it and I'm like, where the hell has all this been? Like, I want more of this stuff. I'm tired of seeing like superheroes are cool. I still love superheroes. Don't get me wrong; they're cool for a whole nother reason. But at that time, it was just superheroes or bust, right? Or like some Saturday morning cartoons. But everybody was like, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't any like over the top, holy shit. And that's one of the things that I know drew me to video games was I would just see stuff again, like Street Fighter, people shooting fireballs out of their hands, just doing crazy stuff. And I would look at anime or whatever, and I'm looking, I'm like, this looks just like all this stuff, you know? And I don't know. I've never really watched too much anime, to be fair, but the art style, I love the art books in manga now, obviously, but and even manga took me a long time to get into. But yeah, man, if it wasn't for the internet, if it wasn't for the internet, I'd still be rendering the ever living shit out of this because that's what '90s artists told me to do. That was the cutting edge '90s stuff, right? Render the shit out of everything, you know. And if you're that person and you still like to render stuff, I do too from time to time. But I didn't know why I was rendering. I was just rendering because that's what the artists did at the time, and that meant like if you wanted to impress anybody, you kind of drew that way, right? Ah, so good. Georgia. Oh wow, there's nothing in Georgia. Seriously? Not in the U.S. though. Smaller one in Eastern Europe. Lycos. I remember that. Netscape. Yeah. Like man, I remember my mom. We would always I lived in Canada, and we always got these AOL discs for it'd be like a trial of internet. I don't know why we got them. Maybe there was a Canadian branch. I don't remember. Um, sorry, I'm just looking over here at reference. So okay. Anyway, so I remember we would always get these things in the mail, and she would time us because like each CD, as weird as this is, you'd put a CD in to log into AOL, and it was like you get like 24 hours or 48 hours, or sometimes I think you got it to like 100 hours free internet. And we put it in. I'm pretty sure it was around like 24, 48 was the max. You put it in, and you'd start that timer right away because like everybody had to have a turn on there. There's no going back after the internet. You can't. The internet's too good. Anyway. And now I guess that sort of marries into what we're doing right now, right? Now because of the internet, you can make your own shit and ask people to buy it and put it out there and see what they think. By literally, okay, you got to pay for your internet. No, that's a lie. You can go to the library and get it for free, and you can just post it on somewhere, and it's free. It's free. It's free, except your time. You were probably doing this anyway when you were growing up as a kid, just drawing on your own, you know. That's the magic that a lot of people talk about. Is like going to publishers and stuff to get work. You don't have to take that route anymore. It's not that you don't have to work for them, but there's no excuse not to do your own thing, right? It's cool. Imagine going back to the late 80s, early 90s when it's like wasn't around. That didn't exist. And even when it did, it wasn't like people were selling. Like I remember when the internet first started, I never even looked up comics, and when I did, it was like you could order from stores and stuff online, but it was never like, holy hell, look at so and so doing some art on here. You know, like oh web, none of that. It wasn't. Everybody was just so cool that like it honestly felt like a library of like anything you wanted. Nobody's around. I'm gonna look up some shady stuff. You know what I mean? Like we all did that at least one point. So it's like that kind of stuff, right? That was the internet. Was like looking at stuff, whatever. Like ask it, put it in, and you'll get some information. That was it. Now it's like who needs the real world, right? Like Akko is saying there, it doesn't even have or it's very difficult to get to a comic book store in their location. Don't even need one anymore. I mean, it you miss that I guess the smells and stuff that are in there. The meeting the people, the real life interaction with some of those. But I'll be honest, sometimes you're not even missing out on that. I've had some really cool comic book stores. Anyway, so there's all that, right? But if you really want it, you can just order it online now, right? So it's like you don't even need that. It's good stuff. Okay, my apologies, Pillhead. I overstepped my boundaries. So I'll ask this again. I remember I asked this a little earlier. Well, I talked about it, and I've asked it in the last show too. How many people here use Discord? How many people here have never even heard of it? Which way were these waving? Okay. I think I'm going to cheat it a little bit here. I'm going to bring this flag this way so I don't have to draw so much background. I know. I'm being bad. Cutting corners. Lazy. Absolutely lazy. So anyway, the reason I'm asking about the Discord stuff is I'm interested in seeing actually how many people even know of it, or know of it and don't even use it, or haven't found an interest, because this could be a great time to get something going with it. Get a community started somehow. Because I haven't been able to find. I mean, I'll be honest. You guys let me know if you've looked into it a little bit more than I have. But sorry, what is? Is that in here? What is this folder? What? I see what I did here. Got it. Okay, now we're back on track. Anyway, I couldn't find any comic communities, but I don't know if there's art communities. I should actually check that out. I'd imagine there's got to be like a concept art or something. Discord. And for those of you that don't really know what Discord is, again, I know I'm gonna beat it over your head. It's essentially, just think of it like forums. It's like active chat in forums, and I was gonna say speech, microphone stuff. You can talk to people. Microphone stuff. What the hell? You know what I'm talking about. You can talk to people over headset like Skype. Discord. Sorry. I've used it in the past because of Twitch. That makes sense. Like Discord's meant for gaming. I believe that was the angle they're going at, right? So that would make sense. Pillowhead just goes to other people's Discords. That's the same thing I do. I do have a server, but there's nothing special happening there since I'm not good at art. Okay. Discord is big with animators. Comic book Discord. There is one already. That's one I'm part of. I don't remember what the hell it's called. You just type like Google. I think it was like web comics or even comics Discord, and it'll be the same one that I go to. And I mean, don't feel like maybe you're not skilled enough to go in. I'm saying this in the most heartfelt way. There's people there that are clearly new to art, and they participate just as much as, and I don't mean this in a nose in the air kind of way, they participate just as much as I do. So, or even more. It's just a place to learn and grow and community, right? It's like going to a drink and draw in a way, where it's just a bunch of artists sitting around drinking water, coffee, booze, whatever you want. And nobody's really going like, oh wow, look at this person. Why am I drawing? They're so good. It's not about that. It's just the community stuff, That's all it is. So I recommend you guys check it out. See what you think. Might make a friend or two. Shall we begin preparations for the punishment ceremony? Doesn't that sound fun? The punishment ceremony? So who's in front here? Got it. All right. Let's draw them. I'm going to actually make them a little bit smaller. Wait, let's get our... I don't even have a vanishing point here. What are we doing? What the hell are we doing? I have a perspective grid put in here. Tisk tisk. Alright. Let's get this going. Enough of these mistakes. Alright, so I'm going to tilt the camera like that. Actually, that's a lie. What's the I don't think I want to, like, this is the easy thing to do, like the 1 point perspective up here. Let's not do that. So let's go make, again, our horizon line here. So we can see under them, but we're looking up at what's his face. I'm just going to put this all the way up here so I can see where I'm going here. We'll put one vanishing point up here. I don't gotta do the entire page because a lot of this is getting covered up already. I got so excited with streaming today that I'm screwing around. All right, so the second point we can put like all the way over. I'm gonna put my finger here. So we'll go here. That's right. We're using street style perspective drawing. And a 90-degree angle. Maybe we'll tilt it a little bit. Yeah, let's tilt it up. Just a bit. Just a little skimmage. And we'll lower that. I'm going to put it at the bottom of everything here, so it's still there. Now, the reason why I did that, besides the fact that it should have been there before, is because I need to, like, I'm going off instinct right now, and that's wrong. I have to pull back and use my brain a bit. Just because I'm doing line art doesn't mean clean up the crap that's there, because I didn't necessarily think of everything all the time, right? So, what I need to do is just relax, dude. Pull this back a bit. All right. So, if we turn off this big monster, see what I did there? I already drew him over top of what was there, but it's not that was correct. So what I need to do is, what I've already got is, where are you? This guy. So these two dudes, they're already kind of ready to go. So we need to figure out if this is our horizon line, if this is what I'm doing, all these people on the same plane, if I'm going off this guy as a guide, he is like, whatever the head size is, the head, not the mandible part. Whatever the head size is, that much distance. So this guy, how big is his? So he needs to come down, and I know this might not make sense to some of you guys. That's okay. So he needs to come down a bit so that he still feels like he's in this perspective. Because you're going to see the other two dudes we have to put in there, they have to follow that. Now, the other reason why that's important is this big monster dude that we put in here. If I don't have him in the correct perspective either, he's going to be gargantuan. And I mean, he's a big boy. He's a big boy, but he's not like a tank. You know what I mean? Like, here's an example. Let's take a look. It's going to get pixelated, but here we got this big thing, and look at this is the size of them. Okay, so his head is still close to the ground for them, even though his feet, blah blah. So he needs to come down too, because he is just too massive. How's that look? There we go. Does that make sense? Was that clear? Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. You guys let me know. Pillowhead, yes. But Discord is basically Skype plus forums. Is that the one can't send a leak? I just discovered Ed McGuinness's art. Ed McGuinness is amazing. I actually like Ed McGuinness's, this might be blasphemy, but I like his old style stuff when it was almost like Joe Mad, but the anatomy was so over the top. Check out his Superman stuff, especially Superman Bizarro, but the Superman where his eyes are like little slits, like black little lines. I love that Ed McGuinness. Now it's a lot more tightened up, but it was super stylized back in the day, and I love that one. He also did one that I liked. It was a bunch of Hulk books. I have it. I don't know if it's. Let me see. A second. Hulk No More. Is that it? Loeb and McGuinness. Yeah, here we go. I saw this at this one comic book store that I used to go to all the time. I don't go there anymore. I basically stopped collecting comics because I was looking at my bank account. I wasn't dropping a lot of cash. I'm gonna be honest with you, but you know, let's say I don't even know how much I was spending a month. Let's say I was spending $50 a month. I don't know exactly what it was, but if it was $50 a month, it was like, well, over a year. That's like $500. Is that right? No, that's not right. Yeah, that's right. No, it's not. It's like what, 600? I think it's 600. It's like $600. I'm like, that could go towards so many other things, Anyway, so John, any more pages going to release for Patreon? Okay, sorry. I'm going to show you guys this in a second here. Just answer the questions. So the pages for Patreon, yes, but I'm waiting until I get caught up before I start releasing them on Patreon. There's such a huge gap right now, and that's why I'm waiting. So that's why all I'm really doing right now is posting process stuff, and every now and then if I have something else to post, that's what I'll be putting on there as well. Okay, let's get this here. All right, so anyway, like I was saying, at the comic book store, every end of the year they would have like a sale. So this was $8, but it was all 50% off. So it was $4, and I'm like, for Ed McGuinness, let's do it. You know, like I didn't read any of this before, but it's Ed McGuinness and it's old school Ed McGuinness, and I love it. So let me just show you some of the stuff here, so you can see like this is right up my alley. If you guys have been following my stuff, I'm not saying I draw like this, but like this over the top anatomy is a-okay in my book, right? Like look at this. This is John. This is if there was an artist besides Joe Mad, Ed McGuinness is like I just love looking at it. In my opinion, like if I love everything about it, it's just a lot of things are smooth. You know, like those forearm muscles are all very smooth. He doesn't use a lot of sharp edges. That's about the stuff that I add. I like to add like a little bit more sharp edges to stuff. But I hope you guys can kind of see like the power in this kind of stuff is what I love. And there's not a lot of artists that draw like this. And that's what I dig. And it's very simple. It's clean. Everything is readable. You know. I want to show you one page here. It's so cool. I think it's a double page spread of Red Hulk using, what is it, Terrax's axe? Is that his name? Terrax. Oh, that turns into somebody else that's trying to draw like him. Just give me a second here to show you guys this. It's awesome. Yeah. Look how cool that is. You guys have probably seen this online. Sometimes it gets posted places. The artwork, if you can look for it and find it, this is awesome. It's great. I get the shine out of there. And I have my saturation up a little bit too on the stream, but yeah, it's great stuff. I dig it. Hey Zelda, how are you, Momo? Have I ever heard of Jose Ladron? Am I saying his name right? No, I haven't. I need to brush up on my art, my my artists' names. I always feel like I don't know like a lot of these people. Okay, so really quickly here, I'll show you how I'm supposed to do this here. So you see how there's this dude back here? What we're gonna do is, again, I need him smaller because I want him in the front talking. But what we're gonna use is his head size away. So this is his head. So we're gonna put his head down here, right? So when I erase this, I'm just gonna clean this up a little bit because we can still use that line art. This is basically the head size for this guy right here. And by doing that, I've established the same head distance for everybody. They'll always feel right in the scene. You should look at his art. Okay, give me a second. I'll look at it right now. I like Kirby. Kirby is awesome. Oh, he's definitely got a European vibe to him, eh? It's funny how like different like art styles, like how Japanese artists they look one way. That's an interesting take on Kirby too. The way he draws some of that stuff. Interesting. Yeah, I like it. When he's trying to do some Kirby stuff, it looks. You know what? I don't know. I don't know what it is about Kirby. You guys let me know what you think too. I don't know what it is necessarily about him. I won't be the guy that says his art shit because I don't think it's shit. It's awesome, right? It's like people always say it's a language and all this yada yada crap. But at the same time, there's a lot of it that's just like when other people try to draw in his style, it looks odd. It looks really weird. The only time I saw it that it looked good, and I haven't seen a lot of it, is when the new 52 came out. There's a comic called Omak. I don't know who the artist was that they put on there, but it was clear that that guy was going for a Kirby look, like 100%. And I didn't mind it. I thought it looked good, but there's some artists that try to do Kirby, and it's like it just looks. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Do you guys feel the same, or am I alone in that? Or maybe it's just that there's not enough artists that emulate Kirby, like blatantly. I'm not talking about people that look at it and because of Kirby they got into drawing or anything like that. I just mean, for the amount of like Joe Mad artists that are out there that draw like Joe Mad, even Capullo. There's been a whole bunch of artists coming around lately for like his style. Jim Lee, like you know what I'm saying? Like there's styles that are pretty much common everywhere. Have you guys seen like a lot of people emulating Kirby to the point where it's like you think it's not that you think it's so good that it could be Kirby, but it looks like they're literally copying Kirby, if that makes sense. Wooden Iron. I love the Capullo Otley. What is he? It's Otley, yeah. McFarlane School. So like Haunt was your favorite comic of all time? Is that what you're saying? Okay, let's do some background stuff now. Okay, so where does his little base look like? Okay. All right, we're getting out of hand here. All right, so we need to figure out. So these stairs are gonna actually go. I think they're gonna kind of follow all the perspective lines. And I'm cheesing big time on these stairs, as you can tell. I want them to just kind of feel like they're like it's not really made by like a master mason or something like that. Like these are made by these little like cute tupos. And I know a lot of this is covered by speech balloons. But do you guys call them speech balloons or speech bubbles? What do you call them? Okay, right. That's why I asked about haunt, if it was your. Zelda. Gonna go look outside. Balloons, bubble. Everybody's using different. Yeah, I heard about that. What's going on with that metal thing? Hey, should we try to break the matrix? Here, let's try to break the matrix here. Totally forgot about it and I just remembered now. So, on Instagram, you can live stream. Now, most of you probably already know this, but for whatever reason, I don't know if it's Canada or otherwise, but now I'm able to stream from Instagram, which is great. So what I said I was going to do, forgot about it, is from time to time, we're going to, again, break the matrix here. We're going to stream while streaming. So this will just be a quick test. I don't want to stream too long on Instagram. Let me get my chair here. Because I don't even know if they'll be able to see anything. Just give me a second here. So, I've got a tripod set up. We're going to use one of these like octopus things. And all this does, let me just turn this down because I can't see it. Turn that down. And all this thing does, you guys know, just like an octopus tripod. So I'm going to put my phone on there, hook it up to this, and then stream. Maybe we'll get some questions. Who knows? Or this will just become annoying, and I'll shut it off early. In French, use Lunzo. Tu parles français, t'es d'ao. I like saying French in like a really sloppy English way. So I'll say it as you wrote it. Haha. Tu parles français, francaise, tes d'ao. Tout Louise et toi. It sounds so disrespectful. Oh, love it. Okay, so let's get this all set up. Autobots roll out. Something like that. I don't even know what the hell they're going to be able to see. If anything. This is real safe, eh? So please, do like I'm doing. And any kind of expensive phone or anything like that that you use, totally put it into a place like this that's unprotected. And the slight bump could just knock it over. I mean, live wild, right? Live wild. Okay, so how do we do this? Swipe left. We're gonna go to live, and we're gonna see. I don't even know if I can't even really read people's things. Maybe I'll look over from time to time. Sorry, you guys. Oh, this is all in my space. How complicated does this seem? Gillette, the best. There we go. It's kind of good. I can't touch a single keyboard thing. I have to do the old reach around. Grab it. Can you see? Cool. Cool. Alright, so we're on Instagram. Let's do it. Start live video. See what happens. Oh god, it has the countdown, the pressure. Okay. Let's get back to it. Cool. It's working. Sweet. Have you guys ever used like the see you later pillhead? Have you guys ever used the Instagram live stuff to stream? You guys ever farted around with that? I'll try. Obviously, you guys can tell during the stream. I'll try to look over for the Instagram thing from time to time. Maybe I'll see questions. I don't know. We'll see how chaos this can get. The other thing I told you guys about this too. Okay, when you're doing your background, remember this grid that we just put down? You can also go in and watch. Check this out. So you can see. Whoops. You see the squares that are kind of there? You can use those in certain situations. So like this one's all rocky and that kind of texture, so it still works. I can follow like these lines and kind of like carve out shapes so that no matter what we do, when we kind of come back in, when I remove like all of those lines, like the perspective grid, you can still kind of feel the perspective that's in there. It's just a really quick way to do something. You can do this with like buildings too, like the rooftops and stuff. That's why, in my opinion, besides like it trying to look real, like when you guys are designing buildings for like let's say like New York or something like that, you can totally have what are they called, like air conditioners and those like really cool triangle windows at the top of a building, and that just helps sell your perspective a little bit. See, so like when we turn off that grid and turn off our this layer, you see what happens there? Like it still feels like there's perspective happening. So that's why I tried to show you guys that last time, but I'm not sure if we got there. Hello, everybody on Instagram. Can you guys hear us? Anybody let me know if you can hear me at all. We'll see if anybody says anything. Okay, so let's just keep going with the background here. Now I gotta have the little crane thing that Queen, I forget her name. Queen, is it Tubble? Is that what we named her? I forget what we named her. Tubia, that's her name. Queen Tubia. Yeah, let me try one thing here. Okay. Can you guys hear me now? Sounds like one of those really janked old cell phone commercials. Was it Verizon? Sorry, the camera's going stupid. Let's try to fix this sumbitch. It feels like it's... There we go. Might be alright. If my phone goes flying off, well, there's not much we can do. Feel free to ask questions too, guys, on Instagram. We're currently streaming on YouTube on my main channel, Scribbles with Jonathan, or Jonathan Rector. You can check that out. That way you can chat with other people. Feel free to subscribe. And if you're on Instagram, I'm going to try to... Hey, how's it going, Delgado? So if you guys have any questions on Instagram, go ahead and throw them out there. I'll do my best to answer them. If I see them, I'll try to juggle drawing and two screens at the same time. The multitasking is too real. Yeah, see you later, Trumbolt. Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate that. And thanks for your kind words earlier. You're a god amongst men. Okay, so let's get some of that action in there. I think, yeah, we gotta erase this here. Flag wouldn't make sense in there. Now I know there's she's in here, so I'm just gonna put like a shape because we're just gonna fill it in with a color. Doesn't really matter. We can jazz it up with inks and stuff later. Is this your first time doing a video on Instagram? It's my second time actually. I was just letting the people know on the stream here that I was finally able to get live on Instagram, which is great because I would like to do these from time to time. One thing I was definitely thinking of doing as well, guys, is like streaming maybe like for a half hour or something. I don't know how well it works on Instagram, right? I haven't even really farted around with that too much, but streaming on there before we go live here on YouTube, just to warm up, you know, just to break that rust off. You know how we do it. And I'll actually throw this out to people on Instagram and here on YouTube. When you guys, where do you? I've asked this before, okay? So don't kill me for asking again. Where do you guys normally go for the most part to watch artists stream? Like, do you find yourself going to Twitch more now? Do you still stick with YouTube? When you do you even go to Twitch? And when you do you even check out the creative section, or do you just go right to the games and stuff? Dugado says YouTube. I'm imagining that's gonna be a lot of people are gonna say YouTube. All right, so I'm just going to put like the silhouette of this guy. He's so far in the distance. Hey, no problem, Wooden. Thanks for popping in, bud. Is this coming through clear on Instagram? You gotta let me know, Dugado. You're the only guy that's talking the most. I appreciate it. You give me my quality assurance for the day. Consider yourself employed. Okay, is this page done? Is this page done? By God. All right, lines are done for this page. Yes. One page down. Two more to go until we can get it inks. Ugh. And these ones here, we're going to do this or we're going to jump. What's. This one's, now we're going to leave this one as a treat. That one's a treat. That's going to be, I'm going to say it again. That one's a treat. All right, so our breakdown layer. Let's lower the hell out of the transparency on that. Get rid of our text. And actually, yeah, no. Crap. All right, well, I'll worry about it. What I'm what I'm talking about right now is this perspective grids that I put in there. We'll figure a way around that. What if we turn it all to? Oh, you can't even see it. Oh my God. All right, one problem at a time. So there's 1, 2, 3 guys in here. Let's turn off that. We're not gonna need that. Hey, how's it going, Marek? Did I say your name right? Marek? Apologize how bad I'm butchering your name. I would have hit this. Oh man. Drinking's a gamble. Alright, we're gonna draw this big Pagargo guy here. Let's see. No. Still not dark enough. There we go. I'm working for a storage facility, but also working on my own stuff. Good for you, man. You want to do like art full time? Like what kind of stuff you're doing? What's the stuff you're doing in your free time? Comics and designs, right on, man. Well, I'll tip my hat off to you. I don't think you'll see me, but that's me taking my hat. I listened to this video today. I recommend you guys listen to it too if you haven't. If you're not following him, he has. I should know his name, and I feel Clayton something. Uh, and he has a channel here on YubTubs called HowToDrawComics.net. Anyway, I was watching a video of his, and it was a really good video. He's got a lot of awesome videos for sure. But the one I was listening to, he was talking about like how do you make money off of art, and it's a lot of like real talk. And I've heard a lot of what he says before. I've said it too, but it's always nice to hear. It's always refreshing to hear other people talk about stuff. And I say this all the time. Sometimes you may have heard something, but when you hear somebody say it again, you might have heard it, but you weren't listening at that time. So when you hear it again, you might listen. So it's always nice to just hear things that people are saying sometimes. Sometimes it hits a different thing. Anyway, what he was talking about there is kind of like what you're talking about there as well, DeGardo, which is similar. And I think a lot of people are in that same boat where it's like, you guys are all working jobs. We all work jobs if you're fortunate enough, anyway, right? Uh, but we're working jobs, and most of us probably it's not like the number one thing on your checklist that you're working at, probably, in a general sense here, right? And it's just talking about that thing like you get home and how many hours a night can you and do you put into doing the thing that you love? So it's good for you, man. There's a lot of people that struggle with even starting and stuff, and that's the worst, man. Imagine being trapped, and I know some of you are out there, but like it's a shitty place to be where you don't even know, like you're just not confident, or there's other factors that go into it, but like imagine going to work every day or whatever at a place that you really don't, it doesn't speak to you and blah 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 blah. You feel like you should be doing something else, and for whatever reason, you're still there doing the daily grind and all that crap. But when you come home, it's like you do nothing but wish you were doing what you wish you could do during the day. That's like the ultimate paralysis, man. Because nothing changes out of that. So anyway, I'm kind of beating a dead horse here, but yeah, good for you, man. Doing the grind. Oh, it's definitely rough at times, man. Anything that's worth doing at Athens rough, eh? So I don't want to put too much detail in here because we still have to like ink this, right? So it's just enough for me to get going once we get into the inking stage. But I'll tell you, like these big creatures and stuff, I just like render the hell out of them with these lines. It's relaxing. But then things don't get done. So you have to keep delaying pleasure in these things in order to hit the stuff you want to do. Or to just see it done. Justin, Justin Holton. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And just so you guys know that are watching here on Instagram, thumbs up. I'm actually currently streaming on YouTube right now. So if you guys wanted to follow me there, or if you have access, you can come on over and follow me there, and you could join in on the chat too. If not, that's cool. Glad to see you here on Instagram. And I tried to ask this before. Is this coming through clear? Is this okay? The setup? Is it? Yeah, you're impartial about it. Is it all right? Is it fine? What's going on? You guys, let me know. This is the second one we've done, so you guys are all guinea pigs. You're all guinea pigs. Looks good. Okay, cool. Actually, I'll do this for. Hey, Keeman, how you doing, man? This is just for you guys, the stream only stuff. Okay. So check this out, and you guys will get to see it too on YouTube. Let's show a page. Let's show a juicy page that we haven't shown yet. Do we have new stuff that's not up yet? I know some of the streamers seen this, so the Instagram stuff. This is going to be new for you guys, I imagine. Okay, so we're around here, page. Okay, so there's a page coming up where we get to see Jesop finally ready to like get into some action. Check this panel out. Check it. Check it out. Look at that. Let me get it all nice and big. Look at that mustache. Let's just appreciate this for a sec. Take a look at that. Take a look at that. Magnificent. Look at that specimen. Right there. Okay. So here you go. A little exclusive for you guys. All right. Let's get back to doing some work. All right. Let's draw the body. Bloop bloop bloop. So these big sacks. This was actually a complicated panel to draw. It doesn't look that complicated, I don't think. It's really it shouldn't be that complicated, but it's. I wanted to try to have an angle where this creature's popping his like the sacks off his back, as gross as that sounds, so that it pushes the prisoners out, right? Like Jesop and Momo and what is it? Scrim? What do we name them? Scrim and Boca. That was their names. So they all get released here, but the hard part is because it's at like such a. I mean, I probably chose the wrong panel layout. I don't want to blame anything other than myself, right? Because you can always redo this stuff. But I don't mind it, but it's a complicated panel. And the only thing that's really going to help sell it, because it's going to be hard to see this thing like fold up into like that pop, is these dudes in the front. Because it's a really extreme like worm's eye view, which is great. Because I want to be doing more of that, especially with the fight scenes that we're going to be getting into soon. A lot of playing with angles and, try to it's sometimes you want to like surprise people with your art. Sometimes you want to just show them how clear and crystal clear you can be. You don't want them being confused when they read your stuff. But on the other hand, you want to be like, holy shit, look how cool this person can draw. So that's the selfish part that I'm going to try to get into with the fight stuff. So trying to like break off some rust with this stuff right here. Hey, do you have the story feature on Clip Studio? Yes, I do. This is somebody else. Sketch 391. Yeah, I do. I don't use it, but yes, I have it. I pretty much treat each file. There's a reason for that as well. Just to let you know. So definitely use the story stuff. The story is great, but the workflow I use, and it's been a while. So you guys ready? I use the Freddie Williams method, which was presented in the DC Comics Guide to digitally drawing comics. I'm only laughing because we say there was a time when he was brought up like every stream. But anyway, in his workflow, you save a version of each file. So like I'll do my thumbnails, I'll do my breakdowns, I'm doing this, my line art, then I'll do inking, right? I save them all as separate files in case one of the files gets corrupted. I have yet to have something get corrupted in Manga Studio. I'm just using the workflow that Freddie talked about in there, and I believe the reason why he brought that up, he said, if I remember correctly, was because of Photoshop corrupting files like with a power outage or something like that. I've definitely had files get corrupted in Photoshop. So it's sort of like I don't think I need to do that anymore. And I might move away from that, to be honest. But currently I don't. That's the way I work this way. So with the story mode, I would have like 4 pages for each page, if that makes sense, because I have different iterations on each one, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And it does. The one benefit it does definitely have for me, at least the way we're drawing, this style, is that it is the file sizes. They all stay around the same size. It's not like you're always building art on art on art, and the files get like massive. Because I got to color this stuff too, right? Once you add color, it's like a whole nother game. Whole nother game. I am good, Keeman. How are you, man? Sketch 391. Yeah, seeing if I would upgrade, but I want some feedback on it because that's why I was going to upgrade. Yeah, so, I'll be honest, I think most people agree that if you're not using the story feature, you don't need to upgrade. Just a little disclaimer on that as well is, actually here, let me get over here because I'm not going to show the underside of this guy. Are we? What are we going to show here? You're just going to go this guy and you're not going to see anything? No, we got to show this. Disclaimer is once I try to sell this thing, whether in book form or digital or PDF, blah blah blah, you can take all these files, bring them into Photoshop, and export it that way. But I think it might be easier, and I should actually start doing this because I save each file as like a flattened TIFF, like high resolution. Is make an actual story file and just paste in each page the complete page. Does that make sense? That way, if I wanted to just go file export as a book, it's done. So I will say this: you can always upgrade at any time. Maybe send them an email because I know a lot of people come to me for Manga Studio stuff and all that, but I'm not that tech savvy with what the hell they do. Uh, but what I'm trying to say is upgrading. I don't know if it's like just like a little fee or if you have to pay like the full price. Does anybody here know? Because if it's just like a small upgrade fee, what I would do is just do your thing. Keep Manga Studio that you got. If you haven't bought it yet, that's why I'm asking about the upgrade thing. If it's just if you're just paying the difference to upgrade, then yeah, go ahead and buy the cheapest one. And then once you get to that point where you feel like you might need to make it a story or something to use the story features, then upgrade if that's possible. I'm not too sure if it's not. Justin, how are you filming YouTube and Instagram at the same time? Magic, man. We're Skynet. We've got it all hooked up. We've got infrared sensors up here with the fastest of internets, the HDMI's. We've got the fiber cables. We've got satellite uplink download links. All of them, all set up. Only the best. No, real talk though. This is just coming from my phone, and this is streaming on my computer. Okay. Reach over here, hit the shift key. Get this one. And I'll hold the shift key, go over here. Alright, so I'm actually going to keep this other blob that he's got on his back because maybe he's only going to pop the one. That way they don't. I was actually thinking about this in the shower, of all places. I'm sure you guys think about this stuff in your shower, right? Come on, you can't be alone on this one. Or maybe you think of stories and stuff in different places. Anyway, for me, it's the shower. I was thinking about this exact scene. I'm like, so he's gonna pop these things on his back, but he's got like two that I've shown, right? So if all the prisoners, the four main characters, they're all in here, wouldn't it make sense that they got captured? Like, there's prisoners in the back one too. Then I got to thinking, I'm like, oh god, well then that means I got to draw more. I don't want to draw armies, so I'm just gonna make him just pop one here. Just pop just the one. Black Rhino is saying, I don't know if you're still in the Instagram chat, but Black Rhino is saying the story feature is worth the cost, at least for him. Hey VF, how you doing, man? Justin, do you sketch up for your background sometimes? But I love your work. Thank you, man. Yes, I use SketchUp all the time for certain things. Jesop's spaceship, the Sagan One, it's called. Pillowhead in the chat. I don't know if you're still here, my man, but he was gracious enough to make a model for me. So now I've got a spaceship that is designed the way I'd like it to be, that I can move in any position and I don't have to draw it. Organic stuff like this creature and people. This I love creatures and characters and stuff. It's the background stuff that I'm not a big fan of. But it's comics, right? You have to do whatever services the story, not just like what you want to draw. And sometimes that means you got to draw a whole bunch of stuff you don't like. But yes, I do it all the time. I will say, most likely, and you guys will probably see this kind of coming up, is I'll be drawing like some sample stuff, I think, for like superheroes. I'm thinking I'm going to try that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Relax. But in there, again, I use the Freddie Williams stuff, but face building face paths. So you basically get up your or make your grid and stuff here in Manga Studio or Clip Studio. You draw it the way you would. I just draw rectangles and stuff for buildings. Maybe put some decorations on them. But then I export that as a I'm saying it doesn't matter. I'm going to try to speak English with you. Then I export that image, open up into Photoshop, and then I put all the building face paths on there. And if you don't know what those are, I won't show you. But it's basically a path in Photoshop that you can manipulate and then stroke the line art so that you can make all the windows and stuff for you, so you don't have to draw all that tedious garbage. And then I save that, bring it back into Manga Studio, and then I ink over top of it. So it's a little bit of a headache to go back and forth, but I'll tell you right now, I'd rather do that headache than draw windows on backgrounds. Some people, they love drawing that stuff, and God bless you. Draw what makes you happy. It's hard enough sitting at the table getting to the desk to draw. So if you get excited, turned on, whatever, at the idea of drawing backgrounds, you do you. I won't judge anybody that wants to do that. I just wish I had the patience to do it. Okay, who do we got over here on YouTube? Yep, you're still here. Sweet, man. That and the EX now. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that too. So yeah, the EX version has animations as well. Or you can do like the author of Bleach and hardly ever do backgrounds at all. Yeah, man. No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You'd be surprised, man. You don't have to always draw backgrounds. You have to at least draw it once to let people know where they are, for sure, right? And I've said this before, right? Let's say if you can include something in your scene that lets people know where they are without having to draw the background all over again, try it. So an example might be is like, let's say, I don't know, it's New York City and they're in an alley. No, let's move it out of the alley. Let's say they're on the street, like in a packed, busy street, and a superhero gets attacked by a villain, like blindsided, right? Well, if the character's walking on the sidewalk, maybe you draw a car, and you draw the whole full background, but that car is like a distinct car. It's not just a regular car. It's a whatever. It's a car, right? But you make it clearly visible that of the design of the car. So in the next two panels, you just have the bad guy beating on him, and you don't have to have a background. But maybe he throws the guy into the car. So you show the car with like some speed lines and maybe some faint idea of buildings in the background. People aren't going to need to see rendered backgrounds all the time. And again, I just want to make sure you understand where I'm coming out when I'm saying this is if you want to draw the backgrounds, you obviously more than can. You're more than able and allowed to draw whatever you want to draw, right? It's just I know a lot of people, myself included, I'd rather just move the story along and backgrounds. It depends on the story, right? Like a lot of actual. No, actually, I don't know. It goes both ways. Like, what's that artist's name? Oh, damn. Brian Hitch. I don't know if you guys are familiar with his stuff, but I remember reading his stuff for the Ultimates, and like everything was always drawn, the backgrounds and stuff. But it made it feel like very realistic, like I was there, and that was cool. It was very cool. But then I look at like a lot of heavy action, like more stylized action, and I just like looking at the characters. I know where they are because the artist already took the time to like draw the background. But for the most part, it's all just cool character drawings. So I can't see how many people we got here. My phone, God. Sorry, the camera's going crazy. Instagram people. Let me just lower the transparency there. I can't see what you guys are saying. Okay. I don't know how many people are in here. I can't read. I can read, but I can't see how many are in here. So if you guys have any questions, by all means, feel free to jam it leave a little message there, and I'll try to answer for you. Same with you guys too on YouTube. If you guys got a question or anything, feel free to leave it in the chat. So we got any fighting game fans in either chats here? Have you guys seen what's it called? The Marvel vs. Capcom stuff coming out over the last couple days? It's looking pretty good. All right, let's get the back kind of coming in here. President to Awesome is asking. Hey, welcome too, bud. How did you find your art style? So that's like I get that question in a form of that asked a lot. It's if I could bundle it down, the main when I used to draw anime. That's how when I first started drawing. It was copying right out of coloring books, Ninja Turtles out of coloring books, all that kind of stuff. A lot of it came from just copying other people and what other people were doing. That's that's how I started learning to draw. So it was a lot of anime, especially from video games, mostly not like anime cartoons. Um, a lot of Capcom games and stuff like that. So I was drawing all that, and then once I met that Marvel artist, like I told you guys about a bunch of times, he showed me a bunch of anatomy books that, like, when I was growing up, anatomy books never, I didn't, like, that wasn't something on my radar. I'd rather draw, like, some cool looking dragon man or something, you know? Anyway, so he showed me that, and it was kind of like okay, well, if Marvel DC, if that was something I was mildly interested in, because I really wasn't at the time, it was just an idea. Um, it was like, okay, well, I have to sharpen up my anatomy because, like, this isn't the way artists or, like, anatomy's drawn, you know? So I started looking up or started reading like Loomis and Bridgman, stuff like that. And then that changed my style too. Cause then I started looking at like I almost like eliminated the entire anime stuff because it was almost I was told for better or for worse. Now, in my opinion, it was what it was, and it's got me where I am, and I've learned from it. But it was sort of like forget all that crap because there's no money in it. If you want a career, you kind of have to draw a little bit more serious, kind of thing, right? Again, agree or disagree, it doesn't matter. Just trying to tell you how I got to the style that I'm currently doing. So I spent all that time learning how to draw, I guess, more like 90s style artists, and my art went like it skyrocketed. Like more people were commenting on it and stuff like that because it always like that style of art is very popular. It still is because in my opinion, I'm not saying it's more it's complicated to draw it for sure, but at the same time and I don't mean this in a disrespect way at all, but there's a lot of shadow and drama in rendering and stuff. So it gives the illusion that there's more detail in there because there's more lines. So I would notice that I would get certain comments from like family or otherwise saying like holy hell, like that took you a long time to do, like it was more like I was getting rewarded for like a long-term investment as opposed to like check out my comic book. The term comic book was like it wasn't a story, like I wasn't showing it to tell a story. I was showing it because people were interested in just how cool it looked, right? Which is great. I don't think there's no right or wrong way. Other than that, I started drawing like that for a long time, and then eventually just got to this point now where I felt like the way I was drawing, I could do it, but it wasn't me. It wasn't the original reason why I picked up a pencil in the beginning that I can remember. Ninja Turtles was one of the things I used to draw all the time. It was little like dots. Like Leonardo was a blue dot with a bandana. Okay, that stuff is what interested me. And now that I look back at it, it was the design that looked really cool, but it was the story, it was the world these characters were in that got me excited with it. So now what I've done is I'm kind of like, I suppose, trying to find the best of both worlds. It's trying to incorporate this style that in my mind I know it doesn't look like, but Capcom and that kind of style, it's not there. I know that, but I'm pulling back on shadow and rendering, and that's where I'm at right now. So nowadays, I don't do it as often as I really should. And I'll try to get disciplined with it because I say this a lot too. Is I don't really make time at all to do studies anymore. Not like I used to, and I know I'll never be able to get to that how much time I had back then to study. But I should be at least once a week or once every 2 weeks or something, like busting out the old Capcom Street Fighter art and stuff like that, and just studying it for like an hour or 2 hours. Because that's going to help me in the long run. I'll inevitably have to do that no matter what because I'm going to start to notice my art getting stale. And I don't feel like it's getting stale yet. I'm still learning and I'm growing and all that. As long as you're growing and you're noticing that you're improving, your style that a lot of people talk about, I feel like it kind of gets washed to the side because you kind of have to know why you're drawing, right? Like if you're just drawing for a paycheck, then I don't know, like growing, it'll almost, I find anyway, it'll kind of happen inherently. Not saying that you don't have to make time to learn and study and stuff, but it's sort of like, let's say you got hired to draw like a logo design or something, and it's not necessarily something you want to do. what you'll do is you'll start learning other things along the road, like how do I research a certain logo, and then you just might see like maybe it's the Nike logo, and you're like, okay, they like that, so I want to make it sort of similar. So you have to what's it called? Reverse engineer it, where you kind of have to go backwards and think like, so how do I make that? And that kind of stuff helps too, because it like influences your style in a way that like you're not even really aware of. Is that making sense? I know that probably sounds a little like, what the hell did I just, what the hell did I just talk about? But that's really where my style comes from, to be honest with you. And nowadays, it's still going back to my roots. You know, like I love Joe Madureira, I love all that stuff. But it's really going back to like video game art. Video game art is what got me excited about, in a weird way, to just draw, but then eventually get into comics, because comics let me tell a story, and there's no other field that lets me do that by myself for the same amount of time. Video games and all that, you know, whatever you want to say, like I do that for my day job, but it's not. I'm not doing like story-driven games like I'm doing right now with this, you know, or it's not like the video games I grew up with that I'm doing at work, like role-playing games and stuff, you know, stuff that had story that resonated with me. I don't do that at my day job. It's more along the lines of like pick up and play, casual kind of stuff, right? There's nothing wrong with any of that. But now I'm deviating, so I'm gonna anyway. I hope that answered your question. Okay, how's it going, all you new people on Instagram? So if you guys are interested, please leave a comment, and I will do my best to answer it. Or you can go on to YouTube. We're streaming right now on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. I believe it's just Jonathan Rector, or you can just type in Scribbles with Jonathan, and you can join there and chat with everybody in the chat room there as well. And feel free to like and subscribe to the video too if you guys are digging it. And sorry, listen how creaky this chair is. Let's get off this chair. It's sitting too long. VF is asking. Sorry, let me back up there. Well, he's also had a good put a week. Sorry, skipping back. Okay, sorry. Yes, my dad's excited. He's been playing Street Fighter recently. Oh man, Street Fighter 5. I feel you, John. Just yesterday was thinking about that doing studies. I used to do them from time to time and it died off. Brian Flint, how are you, man? I am so damn tired. I'm just gonna watch you draw and pretend I'm being productive. So you are you tired and upset that like drawing or something's not coming out, or are you just like you're burnt out for the day? That's funny. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm pretty sure I want to play some friggin' Street Fighter tonight. But I'm probably gonna be drawing like I gotta keep drawing until I just can't do it anymore. And what ends up happening is then I'm like, oh, but I want to get better at Street Fighter because my Zangief he's not where I want him to be. I need my Zangief to be a little bit better than he's at, a lot better than he's at. And it's just like art. Anything you want to get better at, you gotta practice. And I don't want to go to Evo. I don't want to go to these big tournaments, but I'd at least like to get at least 50% win ratio. Like that seems like come on. Out of 10 games, I should win 5. That's pretty high. Because there's a lot of like people out there they come home from work and what they do to relax is play some Street. Or they've just been playing fighting games like for a while and they know the ins and outs and all that stuff, so they kind of pick it up. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You guys don't care. But anyway, I would like to play a little bit of that tonight if I can. If not, well, weekend's coming up. Maybe I can square some time away there. I'm playing Street Fighter right now. You son of a bitch. Keeman, what the hell? Are you playing on PS4? Because if you are, man, are we not bros? Oh, classic Street Fighter. I was gonna say, if you're playing Street Fighter 5, man, we could be playing. That'd be cool. Okay, we got a question from Instagram. MJBrush1. I work in airbrush and oils. Art directors have asked me about digital work. What program would you recommend to start with? Oh boy. For airbrush and painting, I feel like Photoshop is the way to go. Just because it has such a, and if you're not too familiar with digital, Photoshop has like, God, that thing's been around. It's the thing for digital art, right? Besides like MS Paint. So there's tutorials, brushes, settings, communities. Like it's been around so long, that every answer you have is going to be answered quickly. Clip Studio Paint or Manga Studio that we're using can totally do the same things, and it's beautiful. It's a wonderful program to work in. It's you know, especially if you're familiar with Photoshop, it's very similar in a lot of ways, and you can get drawn right away. But the style that I do, and a lot of people do with comics anyway, is very line art driven, right? And like the coloring I do, it's very cell shaded with some airbrushing and stuff going on. Like here, I'll show you just an example. I don't know. Let me just get a little higher resolution picture here. So like, what were? Hey Jojo, I don't know what the hell. Okay, this is the page that's actually up right now. So I'll show you. So it's very like there's some gradients, you know, which you'd probably do with airbrushing. But like a lot of the stuff I do, like if you look at this guy, I have a texture on there, a paper texture, so you can probably see it. It's all like textured out. But it's really just like a cell shaded cut. You see right here, like cell shaded cutting, just one tone of shadow, and then the flat normal color they have. And then I use like an airbrush, or it's a watercolor brush, but it's pretty much in the lingo you'd use for water airbrush, and just smooth that out. And I know it's radically different than what you're kind of talking about, but anything can be done in it. Like this whole program here is meant for comic books. Like when it's Manga Studio, it's not called that anymore, but it was intended for comic book creation. So there's extra things in here for comic books. If you're just doing pinups and stuff, you can still do it in here. Personally, especially if you're going to just go about this the questionably legal way, I probably just go with like Photoshop. You don't have to get the newest stuff. You can get like Photoshop 6 that was out in like 1990 something and still do a bang up stuff in there. Especially if you're just doing painting and stuff. That's my opinion anyway. La 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 la. Lunatic Demon. You sound familiar. Lunatic Demon. Have you been in the YouTube stuff? He's saying Corel Painter's pretty decent for painting too. That's excellent point. Yep. A lot of people do a lot of good stuff in there as well. Sorry, I keep hitting this. Let me just move over here. Sketchbook Pro. I think you could probably use that. I've tried to mess around with Sketchbook Pro. I don't like it myself. I'll be honest. Like Manga Studio does everything I need it to do. But Sketchbook Pro has a free trial and stuff, so you can totally try it and see what you get out of it, right? Sketchbook Pro, I will say, from what I've heard anyway, and I agree for some of the stuff that I've seen, is that the barrier of entry in that software is very low. Like it's very the UI and stuff it's not cluttered. Like if you look at this, there's menus on menus, right? Whereas Sketchbook Pro, it gets out of your way. It's just like just draw on me, and that's cool. And especially if you're kind of new to digital, that can seem a little comforting. So yeah, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, you could totally give that a try. A lot of people use that. Professionals as well, not just like hobby artists. If that influences your decision at all, anyway. VF, I'm not great at the game. He's taking over the game. He's playing a lot of Ryu. Oh man. Keep saying I'm actually playing it on my computer using the Nest. Oh, fucking hell. Paint tool Sai? Some people are saying, yep. VF is saying I use Clip Studio. Fiance uses a Medibang. Yeah, I've heard of that too. I haven't really checked that out too much. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah. Pop Poop. That's it. I knew it. Yeah, you just emailed me. There we go. See, it's all starting to come together. Well, thank you for catching me here. And I will say, too, everybody that's watching, thank you for popping on Instagram. If you guys are interested, you can head over to YouTube. We're streaming there as well. My battery is almost kind of dying a little bit, so we'll see how long we're going to be streaming for. But I'm just trying to do like the Matrix here, stream inside of a stream. So if you guys are interested, you can follow me on YouTube as well. That's where all the streams normally go. But I would like to keep doing this a little bit if I can. Just pop in, say hello to all the Instagram people. So yeah, if you have a question, feel free to jam it in the chat here. I'll do my best to answer it. Same with everybody here on YouTube. So Super Chemo 15, is that a Wacom? Yes, this is the old Wacom Cintiq 21UX, I believe it's called. It's old. It's old. But it's great. It works really well. Lawrence, how you doing, man? You get to watch me? Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for popping in. President too awesome. How do you suggest closing lines better so that you can use the magic wand tool more efficiently? I nearly every time there's a gap in the layer. Okay, so there's two things actually. So let me ask you this while I'm drawing. I gotta remember to keep drawing here. I'll ask you this question while I answer it with another one. Is how do you normally draw? Do you draw kind of like what I'm doing now, and then do your inks over top, or do you like ink, pressure sensitivity, and then you want to kind of add that contour line around it. Because there's a couple. I know it's similar, but there's different things that you can do for those. Um, but the other thing you can do is with your wand. If you click your wand, if you go down here, you might have it closed, but you might have to open it. There's a thing called tool properties. I usually have it because you never know when you might need it. But in here, check this out. There's something called close gap. And if you click this little arrow here, this will actually change, I believe, the pixel density that the wand picks up. So what you might want to do is play around with that. And you can actually increase it so that it kind of guesses. It'll look for like pixels around it, and it'll do its best to try to like close it. So that might be a simple solution for you. Yeah, I have like two sketches and inking afterwards. Okay, so if you're sketching kind of like what I'm doing, then this is like, here, let me, I'll show you, right? Like, I'm going to zoom in. Look at this guy's arm. It is a hot mess. Okay, let me turn off all this so you can just see it clear. So it doesn't look as nice as it might look when we're zoomed out. Like, I'm like, look at these lines. It's not nice and straight. It's like I'm petting the line. But look at the gap here, right? There's a gap and there's a gap. What I'll end up doing is before I use my wand tool, I'll take a look at it, and if I notice something is just a little bit too big, I'll just quickly just go and fill it in. It's not a big deal because once we put that knockout layer, that the layer that we're going to put on after this, or that contour layer, once we put that on there, it kind of clears a lot of it out of the way, and those little small little like nuances that would probably drive you nuts if you're doing this traditionally, you won't even notice, especially once you get to inking. But yeah, play with your wand tool. Your digital wand tool. Okay, play with that one a little bit. You might find just messing out that setting, the close gap, will fix your problems for you. Hey Jojo, what are you doing, Jojo? Cool. Dennis, how you doing, man? Hello. Can I ask what resolution in pixels you work in? I work at 600 dpi. This file, this page anyway, for Jesop King, is 8.5 by 11, not 11 by 17. The reason we went that route is because this was originally intended to just pretty much be like an Instagram comic, and I didn't want to go with like just the square size that a lot of it's basically meant to just be shared socially, right? So a lot of sites like a square image works the best, so it can be shared, and it doesn't really matter the resolution because it'll all kind of like fit in that thing. But then before we went live, you guys are telling me, and I double checked, and on Instagram, because Instagram was one of the biggest deal breakers for where I wanted to put this comic. Surprisingly, okay, maybe not to you guys, but to me, surprisingly, like Instagram is like the lowest place that's getting any traffic. How crazy is that? I thought it'd be a lot higher. So I don't know if the tags I'm using are wrong, or maybe it's not of quality that people are interested in, right? I don't know what it is. So I want to like experiment with that a little bit more. But anyway, I noticed that you could do it's like a little bit extra at the top of the bottom, which happens to be 8.5 by 11. So that's why I'm using that for Jesop King, that resolution anyway, or file size. But yeah, 600 dpi because I feel like my line quality gets a little bit better that way. And then when I merge everything together, when it's done inking, when I color it, I shrink it to 300 dpi. My computer can't handle 600 dpi coloring. Lawrence, where do you find the textures used for your comic? Oh, I made that. I made that. Pop Poop, welcome. Are you still using the KO layer? If so, would you mind showing me how you do it? Thanks. Yeah, I can show you guys how you do that. I like you call it your digital wand tool. Well, I had to say digital wand tool, right? Because wand tools. So I've heard some other. There's some language that goes around. All right, so let's make a new layer here. All right, so basically, what's gross. No, 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 no. New. What is this? What is what is this crap? This isn't right. Why is this? Oh man, I was farting around with some settings over the weekend, and God, Is this inches or pixels? Millimeters. Sorry, give me a second here, you guys. How do I change the units? What? Normally you can click on this. Preset. I don't want a preset. Maybe that's why. There we go. I had the wrong button clicked. There we go. Okay. So essentially what you're doing is this, okay? So what you want to do is just have your line art on a separate layer, right? Click your digital wand tool. Select outside of the selection, okay? So you're going to see it's done having a heart attack. You'll see all the dancing lines around it. So what we want to do is we want to expand that selection so that it's actually going to go inside of these lines, right? So I'd put like 3 pixels. You can do like 1 if you want. I'm just going to zoom in so you can see. Do you see where the lines now, like they kind of go inside? Hey, Jojo, you don't have to go in as crazy as that is. This is just an example, right? But now that we're inside of it, what we're going to do is we're going to invert the selection. So now it's just inside of that circle. You make a new layer and you just fill it with white. Okay, so, and then you take this layer, that's the KO layer, and you move it underneath. I know this might sound a little confusing. I'm going to make another layer just so you can kind of see. I can draw underneath of it, and it's always there. So when I move both of these layers, no matter where I go, they're there. Now on the KO layer, if this is the extra step you can do, under Effect, you click that. I don't know if you guys can see this or not. I apologize. You can just give it like a big, thick contour layer like that. And that's a great way to get started with your art. Hey, Jojo. What's up, buddy? We're streaming. Go get your pencils. You can draw too. Come on. Go get your pencils. Okay, so I hope that helped you out. Instagram is up and down for you too. Oh, you guys, you don't use it, or it's just the stream is like dying and stuff. Jesop, what's up, buddy? I know. Come on, come lay down. Here, come lay down. Relax. Relax, Bobo. Yeah, so get used to listening to this guy meow for a little bit. I'll try to talk over him. I know that sounds bad, but if I talk over him, he'll stop. Actually, you know what? I might take a little break here, like a 5 minute break, or whatever. Get some more water. Refresh the old juices. Let me finish this guy here. Refresh the old juice. What does that even mean? Refresh the old juices. See you, Peelhead. Okay, well, I'm going to say goodbye to everybody here on Instagram. Whoops. Oh, hello. So if you guys wanted to keep watching the stream, we're going to be streaming still on YouTube. So feel free to, let me get out of here. Feel free to check us out over there. And if not, thanks for popping in. And I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye. Okay. Let's put the phone over there. Just not as much traction on Instagram like I used to. Okay, no, I hear you. Yeah, oh, that's what you guys are talking about. Sorry, yeah. I was talking about like 3 things, and there's a little bit of a delay there, and that's why. Yeah, no, I expected like Instagram. I love it. I mean, a lot of people from Facebook. I was on Facebook first with a lot of these things, so a lot of people that are already on, because it's owned by the same company. But a lot of those people, they just carried over when I joined Instagram, which is great. But then I started noticing like I was getting other people follow me on there just because of like hashtags and stuff, right? So I think that's something that I have to definitely look into a little bit more is getting different hashtags and stuff. Just so that you never know. Like I said before, one of the best things you can do that I have found to be true anyway, okay, is there's so many different social media out there. It's your job, whether you like it or not, you have to go on all of them as best as you can. Try to go on all of them because you never know what's going to stick and what's going to flop. Give it like a few months. Give it a couple months, something appropriate to what you think. And if you're noticing that it's getting stale or stagnant or stopping, kind of like I said earlier with YouTube and maybe moving to Twitch, is that you got to evolve and move on. If you stay with one thing, it can hurt you. But if you don't experiment other things, you don't know that there could have been like a whole potential crew of people that you didn't even know are into your stuff, right? So we're going to check that out. Let me just catch up here, guy. Okay, Pillowhead, see you later. I'm pretty sure I said bye. Drax, how you doing, man? Good. It's going great. I'm actually gonna take a break here, and then we'll come back in about like 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, I got a cat to pet. Yep. And Excuse me. Cool. Okay, I'll talk to you guys. Hey, Jesop. I know. 1 second, man. All right, just give me a second, guys. I'll be back in like 5, 10 minutes. All right, we're back. So I went outside. I heard this banging. Super windy today. And here, I'll draw it because I don't know what the hell it is because I'm not a handyman at all. So this is my backyard. Okay? Yay, some grass. I've got a door and a window and the roof, right? Not the shingles, this part right here. Anyway, it's like off in here, like bang, 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 hitting the house. So I'm gonna have to deal. I don't have a ladder or anything tonight, so hopefully it stays on. And I'll have to do that tomorrow. But are you guys ready? We're gonna stick around. We're gonna do another. What are we at here? 8 p.m. So I say we're gonna rock this shit out for another. Do we do? See, I was saying I want to play Street Fighter, but this is commitment. This matters. This is super important. This is for the future. Street Fighter is for a different guy. That was an old life. So I'm gonna say we're gonna do this for like another 2 hours. You guys ready? Let's do this. We're gonna stream for 2 hours. Let's get crazy. Let's wrap this up. Let's get this page done. Maybe we can get started on the second page. Let's see how greasy we can. We might be able to knock out 2 pages. 2 additional pages. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, and by the way, Jesop wanted food. That's all he wanted. Yeah, Keeman, I don't know if I answered that before I left. Yes, we were doing Instagram Live as well. Trying that out. Do, 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 do. 8 p.m. It's 29 where I am. Oh, Jesus. I mean, you're definitely a night owl, eh? Did you get to play with the mobile? Sorry. Did you get to play with the Mobile Studio Pro at all? Mobile Studio Pro. What is that? Mobile Studio Pro. Doesn't sound like software. Maybe it is. Not sure. Commitment has high priority over playing Street Fighter or other games. I don't like talking like that. That slingshots you always into being an adult. And I don't like that. I don't stand for that. But you're right. You're right. Hey, Justin, how's it going, my man? Alright, so what do we got here? Add costumes. Is that part of this? Where's a little note that I put? They've got costumes on, dum dum. I think we're okay. We just need to put the lotion on the skin. All right. So for this one, I'm thinking we're gonna put a focal point. But first, let's get the shape of these dudes. So there's 4 of them being shot out, and I was going to put like it silhouetted shapes for these guys, but I figure it doesn't really matter. They can just be like big gobs, like big blobby shapes. I don't think it matters too much. All right, so we're gonna go like there, and we're gonna make a special effects folder, SFX, new layer. Let's do this. What do we got here? It's the new Wacom tablet. No, then I have not played around with it. I don't have a store at all, guys. That I've gotten there's nothing around me that I can go and just use. Like even the iPad Pro is awesome. It's there, no pen. I went there, I asked, do you mind if you guys had like a pen that I could use? And they all say the same thing. It's like, oh, usually there's like a representative that comes around. They have the pen. I was like, okay, so could I talk to them? Like, oh no, they come like once a month. Hmm. Okay, what time do they come once a month? We don't know, man. It's just like a certain time of the week. So you can't even, I can't even use that. So all that's to say that I don't get to try any of the cool stuff. What am I doing here? Special ruler, focus line, boom, done. It's like that. Uh, actually, what we might try, let's let's give it a go. I always like to give it a little shot. Sometimes, well, a lot of times it doesn't work, but let's make a little box, and we're gonna do this. What's it called? Yeah, speed line thing. I just want to try this out here, just to take a look. Anyway, no, I haven't been able to try it. I never even heard of it. I didn't even like. That's such a weird name that they would make for it. Oh, whoa, wait, what did I just see there? Interesting. Nah, I don't like it. I'm gonna do it the old school way, I guess. Let's turn all this off. And we're going to use our texture brush. Okay, we got some big stuff here. Big stuff, big stuff, big stuff. Basically, Cintiq Companion 3. Oh, okay, now that makes sense. Okay, so they just renamed it? I like it. Dark Side Royalty Gaming. 1. I'd like your thoughts on something if you don't mind. So I've been going back and forth when it comes to my art, style, and comics for some time now. I'll tweet you an example of my art because no links in chat. Anyways, as you can see, my style is more of a paint style, not really the comic booky. There's a lot of tools and tricks working like this affords me. However, this can often be really time consuming, and I'm not sure if it fits the way you generally tell stories in comics. Okay, well, before I even look at your art, let me know when you tweet it to me, and I'll check it out. Thanks for the question. But right off the top, I'll tell you right now. Okay, so your question sounds more like you're kind of talking to the idea that of a big publisher like Marvel DC. And if that's the case, there's an artist named Alex Ross, and all he does is paint his comics, and he's amazing. My opinion, he's one of the best, if not the best. Okay, so that's just right off the top. Secondly, I will just say, and I do think this is, I do believe more artists need to hear what I'm saying here, and not just listen to it, but hear it. Okay, is that you got to let go of your ego as an artist and just know, especially if you're working on a team, that you're part of a book. You're part of the machine that keeps it going, right? And it's your job to clearly tell the story, and let the other parts of the production do their job to enhance the story. So you need to leave room for your letter. You need to have, if you're painting in this case, then you probably don't have to do anything. You're just all the artist. You're like every art duty, so there's no colors or anything. But you still have to make it super clear. Okay. Secondly, too, no matter what, even if it is all just you, in my opinion, story takes precedence over anything. So it doesn't matter what style you draw in. Have you like look online? There, what is it? XKCD? Is that the name of the comic? It's just stick figures, but it's really well written, and it's one of the most popular comics in the world. No, in the world, even over like superhero stuff, like Spider-Man and Batman. Imagine that. So all that's to say is don't worry about style being so much the deterrent from you thinking that you can make a living doing comics. The caveat to that, though, is if you want to work for like Marvel, DC, or these big places, then I don't work for them. I can only just reiterate what I've heard. Right? Is there's a house style. Like there is a look that a lot of those comics they have that's similar, right? And know that you're going in and you're either A, you're going to have to adjust your style to accommodate their house style, or B, show them something that makes them go like, holy shit, we got to have you. And whatever that is, it could be, you might just have to make your own comic and it blows up. And that's how you get your attention out there to these companies, right? I'm not sure. But no, you don't have to draw like the way I'm drawing or like how Marvel DC people draw with like this, line art. You don't have to do this. A lot of comics are like this because I'll speak for myself. I don't really enjoy painting as much. It's fun to do from time to time, but I'd rather just like I grew up with line art, right? That's just paper and pencil. That's how I grew up, and a lot of the stuff I would draw from video games and stuff was easily done that way. And then I started noticing that a lot of the artists that I like, this is how they drew too. So it's just sort of stuck with me. That's about it. There's no real other reason for that. If that makes sense at all. Okay, let me check it out here in a second. Okay, give me a second here to go into Twitter. That water is on point. Let's see what we got. Whoops. Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Here, I'll bring it on screen so everybody can see it. Uh, Copy image address. Okay, let's try it again. Copy image address. I can't say it. What the hell? Just so we can get a little beefier look. Yeah, it's well rendered. I have a friend that lives in town, and he has a comic that he made all on his own that's very similar to this, but with color over top. I know you can easily add color to grayscale, but yeah, off the top of my head, honestly, that style that you showed me, and I'm not saying this in a negative way or anything. I've seen a lot of indie artists draw that way in a similar style. So what I mean by that is like they'll go to like comic book conventions and stuff, and they'll already have their own book. They're not really working with like a Marvel DC. But again, you just have to. What is it you want to do? Do you know? Do you just want to do comics, and you haven't really given it that much thought, other than just the genre that you'd like to work in? You know. It's an artist thing. If I go buy a book, I'll look at the art before the story. No, you're right. I do the same thing. I do the same thing 100%. It's just I think it's a maturity thing as you work in comics. It's you're not really aware of it. Because this is the greatest example I'll give any of you guys that are still in that attitude. And usually younger artists are like this, okay? So I'm not just coming down on people. But like once you start working with people, right, and you think like as a penciler, we'll say, or an inker. Well, I'm going to go back even to the penciling stage. We'll do that. So you're a penciler and you do the most bang up job you can, and you think it's the shit. You're like, I'm the penciler, okay? I'm the one that's carrying this book on my shoulders. You guys are lucky to have me. I don't know how extreme your attitude's getting, but let's just say it's that extreme, right? And then you send it to your inker, and you look at the inks, and you're like, what? That inker what do they do? They ruin my art. And then you get the colors back, and it's like, holy shit! Does this colorist even know what they're doing? Right? And right away, it's like you blame other people before going, okay, well, why did they do this? Besides the fact that yeah, they may not have been the right person for the job, but maybe there was something you were doing yourself. Maybe you were the big swinging dick. At least you thought you were, right? And you're like, I'm the one that's everything rides on me. I'm the artist. And because of that, you didn't leave room for the colorist to come in and do the colorist thing. You didn't leave room for anybody else on the team to do their thing. So they had to do the best they could. And you might have thought that they could do better than what they did, but you gave them an option, and that's all they had. So I like putting that out there just because I don't know. I think it's if you haven't learned that lesson yet, and you haven't been working with another team yet, you'll probably learn that at some point. Or you could just be smart and just realize that it's a team project and it's not just about the artist, right? Because here, you know, the word, like, I don't know. I guess it just depends what you're doing. Because, like, if you're trying to work for, like, bigger companies, yeah, it's nice if you show up and you're like, yeah, I worked on this book. And like, holy hell, that book won awards, didn't it? And you're like, sure did. We did a great job on there. And the other side of it is like, okay, that story was the worst thing I've ever read in my life. But I just needed money, and I want comics to be my job, so I was taking comic jobs left and right. You know, it's like a little bit of a different angle too. Anyway, I don't know if that answers your questions at all. Um, yeah, so Darkseid, do you know what you want to do with comics? Do you want to work for one of the big publishers, or do you want to just do indie stuff? Yeah, VF is right. VF is saying when you work as a team, you got to be a team. Working on things without a team or with a team can teach a lot. Big time, man. And I'll tell you this: there's been a couple people that I've worked with over the years, and when I had that really poor attitude, I was just like, I was upset. I'm like, how come nobody else on the team sees that this colorist is like just butchering this? And to be fair, I was right for some of the things, but at the other side, like I just kind of took a step back and I said, okay, well, I remember reaching out to the writer, the guy hiring the colorist, and I asked him like, "Is there any way we can find somebody else?" And it was like, "Well, this is the only guy we can find, so we're kind of making do with what we got, right?" And I was like, oh, "All right, well, maybe you know what I'll do instead? Maybe I'll reach out to the colorist, and I'll just a leap of faith. I'll just reach out and ask him like, "Hey, man, um, are you open for not just criticisms, but like maybe I can communicate to you what I had in mind when I was drawing this, so that when you get to coloring it, if you want, anyway, take kind of those into consideration. That way, maybe like I can do some lighting adjustments so I don't go too heavy on the shadows when it's nighttime. You know what I'm saying? Those sorts of things, and that helps. Teamwork, you know, like a communication thing. Who would have thought communication? It's so weird, eh? Hey, Matador, welcome back, man. Independent. Okay, then yeah, if you want to do. Okay, so let me just go back to your question then. Now that I know the context. One, I'd like your thoughts on something I don't mind. So I've been going back and forth when it comes to my art style and comics for some time now. You can say me blah blah blah. As you can see, my style is more of a paint style, not really a comic booky. There's tools and tricks. Yeah, no problem, man. You can do whatever you want. Here, check it out. Let me see if I can pull up my friend's comic. And like I say, I find similarities in them. I'm not saying you look just like this here. Um, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Of course I am. Just give me a sec here, guys. I remembered it. There we go. Thank you, brain. Thank you, brain. Kurt. I always think I feel like I screw his last name up. Panuf? Fanuf? His name's Kurt. Kurt Fanuf. I want to see if I can see some interior stuff. I know he's got like some covers. Come on, Kurt. Don't let me down. Alright, well, let me just, I guess, scroll through a couple of these covers here. So he has interiors that are very similar to this, and again, I'm not trying to offend you. People always get offended when you try to show them art. Like, this reminds me of you. Just hear me out, okay? It's painterly stuff, okay? So if we just kind of scroll through, you kind of see it's not 100% like what you're doing, but he's doing this all on his own too. I don't know how successful he is with it, but what I want you to get out of this is just knowing that you can do whatever you want to do just as long as you use the medium for what it's intended for, okay? It's a comic book. So whether or not you like story or not, people will gravitate to it if it's got a good story with good art. And good is subjective for sure, but don't just use it as like I'm going to use this as a launching point to make a movie. Like if you're going into it that way, it's pretty flawed thinking. I know that's not what you're doing at all. I'm just trying to say, like there's certain things like for comics, timing and plots and beats and stuff that it's a visual storytelling medium. So to just skip the story and the things that work with comics to just go with like here's some cool illustrations. In my experience, what I've seen is that works very poorly, and a lot of people struggle with that. And when I mean struggle, I mean like struggle with success, like trying to find an audience and stuff. So, but no matter what, give it a shot. If it feels like if you've already given it some thought, and it's something you feel confident about, knock it out. Well, there's another friend of mine that I was talking to for a while. I haven't talked to him in a bit. And I'm just going to say this too, because I do think like there's a lot of people out there, man, that do this. They get into comics because they feel like they've got like a story or they've got something to say that like when you say something like what I'm about to say, which is I really don't care how good your story is. It's not enough to just make you like an overnight success, right? And the reason I say that is I don't know what it is, but a friend that I was talking to and I was asking him stuff like that, where it was like, please just dive in slowly. Don't go in head first. You've got a lot to learn, and it's okay because if you're not willing to put in the bumps and the bruises now, save yourself a bunch of heartache, time, and money, and just don't do comics. Just keep doing your illustration thing. Keep plowing that driveway. What? Just keep plowing that away, right? Like comics take so much time, and I just hate seeing people go like, I'm just magically gonna start getting into comics, and for whatever reason, they just think that that's gonna be the thing. And I'm not trying to deter people away from comics in some elitist way. I'm just trying to say like comics are a long-term investment, one of the longest. And you could get nothing at the end of the whole thing. That's you could go 30, 50 years of trying and doing comics and not get in. Whereas like with concept art or illustrations and stuff, like you'll get work, but I don't know if it'll be like the break you're looking for or something like that, right? So all I'm saying with all that is just go into it and have fun and know that it's something that you want to enjoy doing and experimenting with, and know that you're going to put some time into it, like some serious time. And if you're okay with it, then knock it out, man. And that goes for anybody, not just you asking about the painting stuff. No, I started by copying Michael Turner. Okay, yeah. So I have no issue with being compared. Oh, no, no problem. Matador. I've been doing what you suggested on your Patreon video. That is to pick up some scripts, thumbnail and capture. Okay, cool, good, man. Awesome. I think you're the second person to get back to me on that tutorial video. So do you find that it's like it's? I mean, you just kind of said it, but is it working for you? Is it kind of I don't know, moving stuff along a little quicker for you? And just to reiterate what I was saying, no problem, Justin. Just to reiterate what I was saying about like, I didn't mean to come across if I did is all like doom and gloom for comic stuff. But there's such a vibrant community of comic artists that are all doing the same thing, going through the same crap, which is awesome. So you don't always have to feel, in case you do, that it's like a very solitary. Why is this only happening to me? Crap. There's so many people that would like to do comics and they've been trying for a while, and it sucks that people obviously can't or they haven't had success or whatever that means for you. But there's lots of people that you can always have a shoulder to talk on, which is great. Which is usually like that. I find that it's pretty much the case in like all art fields. Uh, Plowing through those art fields, you gotta. It is. I realize how limited. Sorry, I am to shot choices. I realize that I need to expand my library of shots. Okay, right on. Yeah, and that's so good, man. And the best part about what you're doing like you're saying, is you're finding out your weaknesses quicker, right? Because you're not drawing finished pages all the time. It's great, man. Darkseid saying, no, you got to be realistic. Better to get harsh advice in the beginning than no. Okay, hey. So the attitude you got, you know what I like about you already? You know what I like about you already? You got that attitude. You got the Stugats as they call them. You know, you've already been. It sounds like you've already had your shit thrown at you a couple times, and you came out on top. I like that. It's good. It's good. So you know what you're kind of getting into and stuff. I love it. Well, man, if you got any other questions, feel free to always chime in. You can message me wherever, and I can uh, give you some advice or something if I can, if it even makes any sense to. But I wish you all the best, man, with whatever you do. Just comics are it's a medium. So if you feel like that speaks to what you need to tell because you want to tell a story or something or whatever it is, then you just do it, man. Don't worry about like the method of the art. Like I understand what you're saying, where there's like this idea of like, let's say concept art, where it's like I know line art can be done in concept art, but it's quicker to do like big fat brushes and refine it and paint it from there. That's what I do at work too. Yeah, I get what you're saying there, where it's like I want to do concept art, but I'm not a good painter, and it's like okay, well, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. This guy got anything on him? Check. Nope. Cool. You put. Well said. Yeah, no problem, Jeff, man. Talk to you in a bit. 100 is. Well, you'll be a better storyteller at the end of that. That's 100% sure, man. 100%. Not even the same guy. Okay. Oh man, staring at all these screens all day. Oh, fucking hell. I feel my eyes starting to twitch. That's not good. Hey, I'll do my best, man. It's starting to hit me now. It's starting to. My eyes are starting to get strained. Looking at screens all day, starting to catch up. We can do this. Whoops. You know what we need? We need some music. I can't share the music with you guys. Would we try Skype, Twitch for a couple days? We will get some friggin' music, which would be great. Actually, I know exactly what I'm gonna listen to here. 1 second. No, I'm at it. All right, I'm with you, man. Those gunner glasses, right? Those are the ones that are like the yellow tint, right? Why are they the third best? Okay, first of all, I want to know what your first and second best art related tools are that you bought. But tell me why they're the third one. Because I don't even know if you can wear gunners over glasses, like normal glasses, can you? That might sound like a stupid question, but excuse me. First was your piece, second was my Wacom. I like your style. I already like the order you're going in. You can't, but you can get the tinting on prescription glasses. So there's no way you could put them over top, like be super uncomfortable, but still put them on top. Does it do? Is it like because it's going through? Does it not have the same effect or anything? Hmm. Are they expensive? Because like when I'm doing line art and stuff, something like that might be pretty cool. Because I don't care about the tint. If it changes the color, I don't care about that. Like I've lowered the brightness down and everything too, but it's just it doesn't happen all the time. But it happens, and staring at screens all day at work. Then you get home and you want to do some comics on a screen. This page is just a speed line fest. $60. That's not bad. Hey, you know what? Actually, hold on. Hold on. For some reason, I just assumed that you'd have to get them online. Let's check Best Buy. See if I got them in my local store. Gunner, right? Gunner glasses. Let's see what we got. See what we got at the old Canadian. Look at that. Now, what is the difference? Phantom gaming glasses. Razer. Is there a difference between these? This one they have at store. Oh, look at the ratings. Let's check it out. The best part I love about the Best Buy part is I'm a big fan of buying and returning. So, like, if they suck. Here we go, let's see. LCD displays do not put out UV light knob. Okay, well, I don't care about that. The product works well and fits nicely, and I had definitely noticed less eye strain. We had a big difference in eye strain from hours of software development each day. I've been using these for a year now, and they make a big difference. Though poorly worded in the description, the reference to UV protection is actually from reflected sunlight from your device. I see. So when you're outside. Well then. I'm not even lying. I kind of want to go right now, but they're gonna. Hold on. Let me see when their store hours are. I'm pretty sure they close soon anyway. Store hours. Gillette. Gillette. Best a man can get. Raoul Gillette. Really? Alright, well, I guess it's Google. Google, tell me when you're open. Best Buy Windsor. 9 o'clock. Damn it. Alright, well, I guess I know where I'm going tomorrow after work. Let me just add it to my to-do list. Thank you. Definitely something to check out, right? At worst, it helps you. Buy Gunner glasses after work. The best a man can get. Raoul Gillette. Got mine Best Buy $6. I have no clue what the difference is. Look, they look cooler. Man, if that's what I'm buying and spending money on is what looks cooler. Come on. Come on. Best. Alright, sweet. Got 24, 26 people in here. Awesome. If you're new, thanks for joining in. If you guys had any comments or questions or needed help with anything, by all means, jam them in the chat. I will say this just to pull some of you out of your shells. If you have something but you're maybe shy to ask it or you think it's a stupid question, Don't worry about it. It's a safe zone here. What I recommend is if you guys do have questions to ask them anyway, because there's lots of people that watch this stuff after the stream and they can't make it when we do stream. So you might ask a question that they had too. Okay. Gillette, the best a man can get. So I'm going to be changing these colors here. They're red right now just so I can see it. The reason for this is it's just, again, yeah, easier for me to see. But we'll change it to like an explosion color when we get to coloring. But this is just on like a special effects layer that I have. I'll be changing it to white in a second here. So when we ink, it's still black and white. But it'll never affect the inking lines, if that makes any sense to you at all. Oh. Okay, so zoom out. Cool. Alright, so I'll have that just so you can kind of see here. I'll turn my background layers back on. So I'll turn this off and we will turn it white. Okay, that way you can still kind of see it. But what it does is, I'll show you, right? So if I wanted to move, like, check this guy out. If I move these like explosions around, it basically blocks out those spots. So when you do our line art and all that fun stuff, it'll be kind of gone. Lastly, we're going to go in here and just add our knockout layers on all the characters so it blocks out their backgrounds. The best a man can get. John, I got accepted to that art school. Congratulations, buddy. You excited? When does it start? Jonathan, who would you say are the top 5 storytelling comics artists out there, past, present, and future? Oh, Jesus. I don't read enough comics to give an honest answer to that. I can just, people that I haven't read a lot of dudes. So, Capullo is one for sure. But the one guy that stands out to me as one of the best storytellers is Eduardo Rizzo. And specifically his work on 100 Bullets. I love that guy. So him, Capullo, Frank Miller. I like Frank Miller stuff. Let me see here. Ryan Otley, I guess. It's weird. It's such a weird question. It's not a weird question. It's just like, I guess what I'm always looking at is, it's like I'm trying to remove the art style away, right? Because like there's certain people that draw, like, let's say Frank Miller, where it's very black and white. So like Mignola is the same. It's very easy to see what they're doing, which is great. But then there's other people that are doing stuff like Eduardo Rizzo, where it's like, I always say this all the time, but it's like this guy talking to another guy who's in the hospital, and the guy's all bandaged up. But when the guy in the door is talking to the bandage guy's eating soup, but you just see the reflection of the guy he's talking to through the soup. And then another panel is, it's like these two nurses are walking an older man outside of the hospital, but you can still see the shadow of the guy as if he's like, as if it was a movie. You know, you get the two people talking, and the guy walks over and he kind of like just glances out the window. You know, Johnny, you're supposed to be quiet in these kind of moments. You know, and he looks out like that. So instead of me drawing the guy looking out the window, what he does is he draws outside the window, and you can still see his face, so he's still talking. But then there's like another story happening at the same time where they start to like kind of like kiss each other, like the nurses and stuff. And then the old guy, they stop paying attention to him on the wheelchair, and he has a heart attack. And then they're like trying, and that's all happening within this context of just two people talking. To me, that's like mind blowing shit. That's like next level stuff. Again, I don't know if it's in the script, how much is that, but like the way he does stuff with like his shots. To me, I have yet to see anybody that made me go like, holy shit, more than Eduardo Rizzo myself. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can just pull up a random example. Eduardo Rizzo. Gillette, the best a man can get. Warul, Gillette. Okay, so this one works too. It's a little, yeah, of course. Let's see if this one works. Sometimes Google's awesome, and sometimes the image search just sucks, man. Trying to find a really good example. Some of these are kind of safe, but wait, I think I've shown this one before, right? Yeah, I've definitely shown you guys this one before. Let's see if we can find another one. I'm saying he's awesome. It's like I can't find a single example to to show. That's great. Really? I can't show you guys something like. I just feel like what I'm showing you. It's see, this is the problem with comic pages, right? Like you can look at something and it's like it's really cool, but like because comics are multiple pages, right? It's not like they say you should be able to look at a comic page without the words and still know what's going on, 100%. But like, what were the pages leading up to this? In the pages that happened after, like it's all context, right? So when I'm trying to find something, it's, I mean, it's just good artwork, but like it's not the context and stuff. Like, I mean, I guess I could just for sake of argument, here, I'll just show you guys this page. What is this? All right, so this one's a classic shot. It's all heavy black and whites and stuff, right? But like, you know, looking above everybody, and there's a guy. I believe he's tied up here, and the shooter, and he's walking. And it's just stuff like this, right? Like putting your shadows over things. So like you can still see the gun; it's clear, but the shadows over his back. So this guy's in darkness. You know, like his mind. Like you can tell right here, he's not sure what he should be doing here. And you see the guy, he's probably yelling at him or whatever. And the guy looks like it's stuff like this that's really slick. He's in the mirror, and look at this really cool panel. Just an eye with a broken panel, and you come out, but you're still seeing the gun. You can tell he doesn't know what he's going to do. Right in the darkness is the gun. That's but in the lightness here, as opposed to this panel, where he's in the light, he's the light side, the dark side. You can clearly tell he's going back and forth, even with just a slight expression on his head. I don't even know what the words are, and I don't know where she is in this page. I don't know if she is or it's a different scene. Like maybe he has to shoot her. I don't know. Eduardo Rizzo, look at his stuff, especially 100 Bullets. 100 Bullets, the writing in it too is amazing. One of the best written comics I've ever read. Yeah, his black and white's insane. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like the way he can just stack stuff is it's crazy. He did a Batman book too. You guys can check that out. I didn't like it as much, but let me just see if I can find like another example for you. And what I do like about it too is I feel like on one side you can go like really stylized Joe Madureira, whoever you like, right? And then you can look at people like Eduardo Rizzo, Frank Miller, Mignola that just do like a lot of black and white, and the drama they get out of that stuff is like, man, I should just do this. It looks like I draw less, you know. There's a lot more. I don't know. I don't say thought, but he did a Wolverine comic too. Is that right? Oh man. You know what? I gotta go on Amazon and check out what he's been doing lately. I haven't read any of his newest stuff. This is all like early 2000s that I have of his, and I try to study a lot of it. Oh yeah, okay, here, yeah, sweet. Really? So this is a panel. Oh, I thought it was a guy that they're walking. It was an old woman. So what I was talking about, like, so here they are. There's two guys. They're talking outside, and they're just talking. These two people, they're talking is the whole story. This whole scene is like a sub story that happens while they talk, and it has nothing to do with what they're seeing. But the tone is there. Like they start talking about somebody dying when they shouldn't because they weren't like being looked after. Like you're supposed to look after these people, aren't you? And now look what's happened. Now you're in the hospital and stuff. But it's these people. It's like the same story but different. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. I remember I reread that scene the first time I read it. Blew my mind. Trying to see if I can find like one more page example anyway. I'm sure some of you guys are probably already looking on Google if you're not already. Just one more. Just give me one more. Share with you guys. Okay, if I'm struggling this much to try to find. All right. Anyway, that's it. I can just keep looking for something specific that's not going to happen. But anyway, check him out. You guys might like his stuff. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's good stuff. I thoroughly enjoy it. And that's what I'm saying. I do think a lot of people they don't really know about. I didn't know about him. Somebody introduced him to me. For the same reason that I'm going to say here is I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't know about people like Eduardo Rizzo because he's not drawing like a Batman Superman, you know. And even if you feel like you want to work for Marvel DC, I still think it's in your best interest to like even look at manga or stuff that's not just American comics. Like drawing superheroes and stuff, it's not easy, but like you know what you're getting into. You know, like there's a look that you could probably always mimic. You could look at any of the '90s artists and stuff and kind of draw there. But it's the storytelling stuff that I recommend because that's what I'm trying to do when I can too. And I'm not trying to toot my horn or anything like that. I'm just, real talk. That's what I'm trying to look at when I look at some stuff. Because looking at awesome art is like the easiest thing you can do. You can always find really cool art. Every day you can find something new to look at, and it's always awesome. It's fun. But storytelling it's almost like counter artistic ego, right? Like you're trying to. Why would I spend all this time kind of like learning like a different? How do I stage panels and make even the page I showed you guys where the guy was like confused what he was going to draw. A lot of people might have just drawn like the whole face and a broken window and like a lot of detail. I'm not saying you don't have to do any of those things, but like maybe some of you guys didn't even think about that until you saw it. And the only way you would see it is by like branching out a bit and checking out different genres of comics, you know? That's one of the things I did, and I actually, you know what? Now that I'm saying it, I really should do it. Maybe I'll do it this weekend. Is like grab $20 if you can afford $20 or $10, right? And just go to the comic book store and don't even go to the superhero stuff. Go to the things that you'd probably never look at. Probably by like Image or Dark Horse or something like that, and just spend your $20 or whatever on those comics that you would never pick up. Like maybe it's like a it would quickly look through it though. Don't like just like blindly buy, but like quickly look through it. And go like, okay, it looks interesting to me. At least it looks interesting. Grab those, and then see what the character, like how the artist is telling some stories. Or you can be like, the guy or girl that a lot of these places don't like, where you just kind of like window shop and you're just kind of looking through them no matter what, and then pick something up. But I'm just saying, try it out because like you might just pick up storytelling stuff. Maybe not artistic style stuff that you normally like to do, but you might pick up, some little storytelling tidbits, which is great. No, I mean, hey Nimrod, welcome, my man. Hey Art of Curtis, how are you? Also, check out J.H. Williams III. His work on Sandman. Yeah, Sandman was good stuff too. Each start January next year. Right on, man. To be honest, I would choose to get good at cinematic storytelling than learning to draw like Joe Mad or any of the hot shot artists. Good. I mean, yeah, because you can always like storytelling is fundamental for sure. And to be fair, and I don't like I know I'm always like all over Joe Mad as like the great like the second coming and stuff of Christ, but the thing is, he's not the best storyteller at all. He just draws really cool looking characters and really cool drawings, in my opinion, right? But there's a reason why, like, Joe Mad doesn't do comics anymore, right? Like, he gets his creative story outlet. I don't want to speak for the guy, but he gets like a creative outlet out of video games and things, right? And sometimes well, not in sometimes, all time in comics, you have to draw stuff you don't like to help the story, and it's difficult to do that. It's so hard to do that. That's why a lot of people, and in my opinion, I believe it. Like that's why I haven't really been into comics that much either, is because it's like you can spend all that time drawing a city background or trying to figure out like what's the tempo of this page, but what's the background image got to be here to make this work? When all you really want to do is draw really cool looking characters. You can probably still make a job doing that, but every time you draw like backgrounds, you're just gonna be like, oh god, I just want to draw characters all the time. There, yeah, Darksiders 3. So we're gonna add a whole bunch of debris when we get into inking. Speed lines galore. Alright, let's make another folder. We can draw our big boy in the back. Let's turn off all this stuff. I think he's doing. I obviously don't know, but I'm pretty sure he's doing Battle Chasers. Once it's closer to release, he'll start putting them out, or once it's live. I'm not sure. The backers on Patreon, they'll know. They'll know. I'll be making noise about it when it happens. Hey, yeah, Curtis, no problem, man. I hope it helped. I know sometimes sending that stuff out can get a little too forward, so I apologize if it came across the wrong way. But yeah, I hope it helped. Well, good for you, Troy, man. I hope you enjoy it. Light and dark, the way these guys are mind blowing. I don't think I've ever seen it throw lighting up over a background. Yeah, it's interesting, eh? Changes. I find like what you're saying, Matador, when it comes to like lighting, like dramatic lighting, like you're. It's not even dramatic. What would be a good word for it? Maybe it's dramatic lighting. I don't know. You're basically making up the light of a room to help accentuate a mood or to tell a story thing. It's. I think it goes a lot along with learning light and shadow and form. And a lot of people haven't really, it's like one of those scary moments where they don't want to add shadow in line art, or sorry, shadow to their artwork because they feel like, well, they spent all this time drawing and they don't understand lighting. So if I add lighting to this, it's going to ruin my drawing. So it's like a pain point for a lot of people. But a lot of it goes hand in hand. Like if you can light a figure dramatically, you can most likely stage an environment to draw. Because a lot of the same rules apply there. Oh shit. Let me check something. I don't know if this guy got back to me or not yet. Uh, I forgot I was supposed to do this. I got so into doing this. Sorry, one second, guys. John, just printing off page to do thumbnails on. Any tips on thumbnailing? Uh, yes and no. I mean, like I've said this a bunch of times. Thumbnailing is the hardest part of comics, 100%. The second hardest part of comics is taking that thumbnail and blowing it up, and not putting the polish, but doing the breakdowns. Like, let me show you. So you can see this bottom panel. This is like taken from thumbnails and then blown up and then added the breakdowns. This is the second hardest part. The first part is the thumbnailing because that's where the story beats everything. 100% is the hardest part. This right here, you know what the page is going to look like without actually having to draw it. So To answer your question, any tips? The one thing I could say is know the reason why that page exists within the context of the story it's in. So, let's say it's a gunfight. How many panels did you use in the previous one? How many panels are you using in this page? How many panels in the next one? Do you want it to be very short? Do you want a lot of quick cuts? Like everybody's reaching for guns and you're building anticipation. You're showing eyes. You're showing guns. You're waiting for a bullet to be triggered or pulled. Or are you doing the opposite where it's like a lot of drama or like you're just showing backgrounds? There's a lot of context in it, but you got to know why. Like usually the way I look at it is pick the easiest thing to do is on the page pick the panel that tells the story the most in context of the story. So if you had 3 panels on a page, one of them was cowboy shoots an owl. Second panel, the owl hits the ground. Third panel, the rider gets on his horse and rides away. Each one of those panels, if you made it the biggest one on the page, will tell the story a little bit different, right? If the biggest panel on the page is him shooting an owl, then that shows you one thing. It gives you a feeling, right? This guy's a killer. Or why did this guy kill an owl? If the biggest panel was the owl hitting the ground, that owl has importance. There's a reason for that owl to hit the ground. It's got impact. If you're going to give it that much real estate on a page, there has to be a reason for it. If the last one is him just running or walking away on his horse, that tells you something too, right? Do you see what I'm saying? So you have to figure. Those are all independent. Those will always be your choices. But you got to know at least that going in. That'd be about it. We could say. The frame ink is amazing, absolutely amazing. iFlow is super important too. No, you're right. Hey, AK, how you doing, man? Matador, you're right. So many things to learn to make a simple comic. You're 100% right. That's why I recommend you guys to do mini comics, 6 to 8 page comic that you can write yourself. It'll be horrible, but you'll have to see it all the way to the end. Whether you color it or if you just stop at inking and lettering, that will teach you so much, and you'll see all your weaknesses in comics just doing just that. Don't wait to be hired by somebody, or don't give yourself that lie and that excuse that you're not making comics yet because you're not ready. That's bullshit. Make the comics now. See your weaknesses so you can keep improving on them as you continue to make comics. It's the only way to get better in this whole thing, guys. Dennis is saying check Strip Panel Naked YouTube channel. I've never checked that one out, but we will take Dennis at his word. Gillette, the best a man can get. Hey, Jojo, you back, bud? Hey, John, sorry. I was wondering about tip on doing background, like those urban buildings. Alpha is saying I have a harder time telling a story with just 8 pages. No, you know what it is? You're adding shit that doesn't need to be put in there. That's all it is. I know that sounds over the top, but guys, I'll show you this right now. I've showed you guys this a whole bunch of times, and I understand why people would forget. Just do this. Just do this, okay? Just hear me out. Literally grab like 3 note cards. If you don't, use your computer screen, whatever you got. I don't care. Make 3 boxes. You guys can all do this right now, and you're all not like amazing writers like me. Hold on. I meant that came out wrong. You're not amazing writers just like I'm not an amazing writer. Not that I'm an amazing writer and you guys aren't catching up. I'm shit, okay? Just like everybody else. So just do this and you'll be able to get something moving right away. So get 3 boxes. That's each one of these will be a note card, right? In the corner, put B, M, E for beginning, middle, and end. Start with the end. Go super simple with a moral. Like the one I always use is stealing is wrong. Okay, so that's what you're trying to tell. That stealing is wrong. So the end is what is it you're trying to say, and try to keep this super simple, like a belief you have. God is real. Exercise is good. Good guys always win. Just something super simple, like a moral, like don't bully, all that stuff. So say stealing is wrong. So if that's the message, then the end is, and just keep it simple: thief arrested. Okay. Now you do the opposite in the beginning. So what would the thief? You can just use this too. Steals. Now remember, or sorry, I'll get into that in a second. Now the middle is what happens for this transition. What happens when the thief is stealing to make the thief arrested? Let's even go. We're gonna make it superheroes now. Hero shows up. Okay, cool. You now have a 3-page comic. Each one of these is a page in your comic, right? So what we're going to do now is you're just going to use just those three, nothing crazy. And you want to make an 8-page comic, let's say. Well, let's say we'll do 8 pages, right? So you've got 8 pages to tell a story in. 3 of them are taken up, okay? So you got a beginning, middle, and end. Each one of these is a page, okay? So now we have how many? 5 pages left. So where do you want to put those 5 pages? Do you want to put 3 of them here and just put 2 there? So what that means, I know this might sound, this part right here might sound like, oh God, I'm not in high school, I don't have to listen to math anymore. But what I'm saying is, in between the beginning and the middle, we're putting an additional 3 pages. In the beginning of the middle and the end, we're doing 2 pages. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's your 8 page right there, okay? So what you do in these 3 pages here, this thief stealing and the hero shows up, just do the same thing. What would happen for maybe the thief is running away and the hero shows up and he attacks him and then the fight happens. You know what I'm saying? It's that simple. Just do this. Just do this. That's it. Okay? And then before you get started, you do your little thumbnails like, cool, I've got a really cool story now. Right? Don't even worry about dialogue. You can put that at the end like I do it. Just do this. Then the next thing you do is grab another sheet of paper and draw your 2 characters. Draw your superhero and your villain. And I mean, go as gross and as dumb villain as you want. This is learning. You're not getting a job from this. Don't worry about that. That's going to come later. You need to do this. Right? So you've got Joey Hero with the stupid cape. Give him Superman power. Draw the Hulk. Make your own version of the Hulk. Whatever you want. This is for you and to share online if you want, so people can see you're doing stuff. Don't overcomplicate this stuff. You're not writing graphic novels yet. Forget all that shit. This right here, look what's happening already. We've already got a script done. Yeah. Now we've already got concept design done. Sweet. And guess what we're doing next? Now we're doing thumbnails. And then, do you see what's happening? Do you see how the snowball rolls? And that's why I tell you guys, please, for the love of God, do this once in your life. I don't care what stage you're at. Do this once in your life. You're going to learn so much about the process of making comics that some of you guys haven't even started to do yet. It's just an idea in your head. You haven't even tried. It's this idea that once you get good enough, then you can try to work for companies or go get work. You don't need to wait for people, guys. Do your shit. Just do this. It's that simple. It's this simple. That's it. And I hope this shouldn't seem too crazy. It really shouldn't. Hell, if you want to do it even simpler, you can even do it like this. Just do a 3-page mini comic. If that sounds like too much craziness, bang. Those 3, that beginning, middle, and end, those are your 3 pages. And then it's up to you to go, how many panels and shit do I want to put in there? And just do that. Just do this, please. Please, just do this. Please, just do that. I'm starting off small, 3-panel comic strip like in the YouTube. Sure, do whatever you want to do, man. What if you wanted to do more complex stories? I'll tell you this. If you want to do more complex stories and this doesn't click with you, you need to be doing this. Okay, the one thing, and this happens to me all the time, or not so much because now I've shut that shit off and I just go one project at a time. I don't worry about that stuff anymore. Is this? I'll be honest with you, okay? Which is that moment when you think, okay, but like, what happened before, or like it's too cliche. If you start thinking like that, then you're not doing this exercise correctly. Okay? Let's say you understand, like, why I'm saying all this is because if you could understand this, then moving this up to a complex story should be okay for you because you've already understood this, and this is your pillar. These are your pillars you get to work off of. This is where you get to get better from the work you've done before. If you're not willing to do this, I don't want to talk to anybody in here about how do you write graphic novels and shit. If you tell me you haven't even done like a 3-page mini comic, we're done. I'm not giving any advice or anything about that. I do have videos you can go check out. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to do the realest talk here. When you can do this and get comfortable with this, I'll tell you guys, hear me out on this one, okay? Hear me out. Just this could get you work at Marvel or DC. Let me say that again. Just this could get you work at Marvel or DC. Okay? The reason why is because all I do is I change who the thief is. It's Dr. Octopus. Who's the hero? Spider-Man. I just did a 3-page portfolio of Spider-Man fighting Dr. Octopus and winning. I go to a convention and I go, here's my 3-page portfolio, and they like it or they don't, whatever. But that's what I'm saying. It's not the volume of work that matters. It's the content and the why are you doing this. Okay, that's why I'm just trying to be blunt and drill this in your guys' head. Please, please fucking do this once. Okay, and if you have no intent of working at any of the big companies or anything like that, and you feel like you suck at drawing, I don't want to hear it. There's no excuse. Do this. Do this. And this might seem like that's not on my plan of something I want to do. Get off your horse and just do something. This should be fun. This is learning. That's all this is. Maybe you have an idea in your head of a big Star Wars, Lord of the Rings epic in your head, okay? Pick a character out of all of that. If you can't tell a 3-page story with just that character, then you're not ready to like move on to like if you, I'll tell you this, if you need more room and more words to tell something, then you're not clear on what it is you're trying to do. And that's super important, okay? You need clarity. And I know, trust me, it's like this. It's like that adage you hear. If you want to start working out and going to the gym, if you want to start working out, I'm saying that because I obviously don't look like I go to the gym. But if you want to go to the gym and work out, start with baby steps. Once a night or once every day, walk around your block once. It builds the habits, and that's what you need. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, okay? So please, guys, for the love of God, do this. Your future self will help. You could do this in a weekend. You don't understand what I'm saying. If you devoted yourself, you could do this in a weekend. I know it sounds crazy. How do I do 3? I've never done 3 comp pages. So who cares? You're going to do it and you're going to suck at it. It's going to be shit. And you're going to be upset. And then the next week, you do it again. I'm telling you guys, man. Like, it's just not, I don't know. Kareem, how's it going, man? You uploaded a video about this thing on Patreon. It really helped me out with my breakdowns because I thought they were done or good enough, but not realizing they were sufficient for a break. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm glad. You know what? You're the third person now that's brought that up. I'm glad you guys. And if you guys don't know what Kareem's talking about, I made a post on Patreon for this month. If you pledge $3 or more, I try to put out a comic or mostly comic but art related tutorial where you guys vote on a poll, and whatever topic wins, then I'll do a topic. And that one was like, how do you get better at making comics or comic pages? I forget what it was worded, but and I think it's just a small little tweak, and I think it actually changes a lot of the language in which people try to understand how to do comics. And just like a really quick version, because I don't want to like make the people that pay feel bad, but it's you don't have to make a full-blown comic page, meaning thumbnail, to finish polished inks to get better at comics. You don't. And that's what that video talks about. It's a short one. It's not really that long, but I show some examples and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm glad you guys are getting some gains out of that, man. Yep, Troy knows what's up. Blunt like a bowling ball. People need that bluntness, man. It's sugarcoating and stuff. It's just not good. We gotta be real. We gotta have context. We gotta be textured. We gotta have feelings. You need to get like a reaction when somebody tells you something that you don't. I don't want to say that you don't agree with, but that just makes you go like, I'm not sure. Like, I don't feel comfortable about that. Like, that seems like work, or that I haven't been told. You need to feel that stuff. When you feel that, then you know something's changed. Something's going to start. All right, we got stuff happening now. The worst thing you can do is when you're drawing or working on this stuff, especially the I'll say the younger artists. Doesn't mean age. I just mean experience and time put in stuff. A lot of people, they'll just kind of get in there and it's like they'll just noodle. They'll do the same thing. They'll just do like a head, or they'll just do like here's a person standing straight, and they think that just because they were drawing that it's helping. Don't get me wrong, drawing period is great, but if in your mind you have an idea, like you feel like you're pulled towards comics in this case, you got to get out of that. You got to get uncomfortable, and you have to make comics. Period. And I'm saying this out of experience, guys. Like, it's taken me a long time to just go, fuck it. All my art time is. When was the last time you guys saw me do a pinup? Or like like a sketch and just sort out there. I'm just trying to do pure comics now because I want to. I know that it pays off if that's what you want. And I'm coming at you guys from a pure thing here. I'm not trying to attack you guys, even though it sounds like I'm trying to shake some of you guys up. But it's I've been doing this for a long time, and I still haven't gotten to like a pillar that I know I can get to, but I haven't tried hard enough. That's really what it is, and it's the excuses. I'm drawing and I'm doing art and I'm making some money on the side, but like I'm not doing comics, and I know, and it's easy. It's so easy to just do it, but we put so much crap out there, and we confuse and we lie to ourselves to make it so it's like, but you're drawing. Hey, you know what? You drew today. Take the rest of the day out. You drew. All you got to do is draw every day. That's not enough, especially if you're not drawing towards what it is you know you want. That's all I'm saying. Okay, like yes, it's great. You guys are drawing. Obviously, it's awesome. But if you know where you want to end up going with your art, or at least maybe let's just say you want to do comics, or you think you want to do comics, you're not totally sure, but you're pretty sure, right? And you don't, the easiest way to figure out is to do it and see if you like it, if you're happy doing it. If you start getting upset, that's like, man, I can't hang out with my friends as much, or and all those things, and that there's nothing wrong with that. But the only way you're going to figure that out, you may as well figure that out now, instead of always in the back of your mind going like, one day I'm going to start comics, one day I'm going to start comics, and then and you get regret, and you get all this like evil just built up inside of you, and you're just like, you start beating yourself up like, why can't I draw? And then you start, it's this evil loop that's it's cancer for you, man. You're better off just trying it out. Like, I don't know, be a drill sergeant for yourself. Because nobody's gonna help you do this stuff. It's always back on us, right? It's your own willpower, your own discipline, and like I say, you might spend 10 years jerking around, just saying like I'm trying to do comics, I'm trying to do this, and you're not, right? But then your 15th year in, you go, you know what? I'm already like X age, and you feel like you're too old or some crap, and so you're like, I'm just gonna do it, and you buckle down for a year, and you get engaged. You're like, oh my god, this is great, this is great, this is great, and then you get a gig, you get your first gig, and you're like, okay, now it's happening, and you hate it. You hate some guy telling you, no, redraw that panel, I don't like it. You hate it that you didn't get paid. You hate it that the colorist butchered your work. Just, man, you know how much time I spent putting on that background, and you just put a gradient on it? Oh, you bastard. Right? And what I'm trying to say is, unless you guys start putting in some time to move this stuff along, you're not going to find out if it's actually not for you. And it's okay if it's not for you. But the last thing you want to do is like tell yourself that you're not ready to do something, and I don't know. This is getting into a whole other thing here. Sorry, guys, but I appreciate you guys listening to me ramble here. As I like to say, a little passionate there. AK saying I usually do my comic without any planning, just going in with the flow. But now I need structure to help me build a better flowing comic. Thank you, John, the Patreon vid previously. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, and I'm glad it did help you out. Thanks, man. Present to awesome. Could you make comics successful without backgrounds? I hate them. Yeah, for sure. There's like, I'll say the same one. XKCD, is that how you say it? It's just a stick figure with jokes, and there's no backgrounds. One of the most successful comics in the world. It's the context of what you want and know where you're going. And this is why I continually say Marvel DC, because I feel like that's usually like a pedestal stone that people try to hit. And that might not be you. You might be more into like the indie stuff, which is totally cool too. But if like know where you're going. So if you're going into Marvel DC, yeah, you need backgrounds. You're not getting around that. If you're doing indie stuff, indie in and of itself means do whatever you want to do. You're independent. So if you don't want to draw backgrounds and you want to do indie, Godspeed. You just have to have something that people resonate with, or something that people care about. The only reason I say that is we had somebody else earlier today. I don't know if they're still here. I doubt it. But they were asking about like they wanted to do painting, like they wanted to paint their comic, and can you like do that? And it's the same kind of thing. If you can totally do it. There's Alex Ross who's doing Marvel DC stuff, and there's tons of indie people that are like, I just want to tell my own stuff, but they feel maybe that doing comic books means that you have to have like a superhero look, which isn't true. Isn't true at all. Now, on the other side, I will say, if you hate them because you don't like perspective in things, I guess again, just remember the context of your question. If you do want to work with a big publisher, it's not just the backgrounds, but perspective and shit that goes with that. Super important. If you just want to do your own thing, then nobody's going to tell you what to do. You can do your own thing. Um, okay, sorry. I need to go outside our comfort zone to get better. Absolutely. Nimrod saying, like the gym muscle growth is between times you train, so it is with drawing, from drawing to drawing. You got it, man. Troy, you have to put in the mileage in order to get to be a good storyteller. Yeah, and Keeman saying practice makes perfect. You got it. And that's really, if you just sum it up to that, practice. As long as you're practicing what you want to do. I do think I don't think I know. There's lots of people. Myself at one point was the same way. Was like, again, where I'm saying you're just drawing to draw, like that's great, but you're wasting so much time. Especially, okay, let's just back this up. Let's say you don't know what you want to do with your art. Let's back that up a little bit. If you don't know what you want to do with your art, that's not a horrible thing, but that's a big thing. That is a huge thing. And don't ever think, how's that one song or it's a phrase go like someday never comes. Like don't ever trap yourself into that thought process of like, well, someday it'll get better. It'll never get better. You have to move that pendulum. You have to actively do that stuff, man. So practicing 100%. That's like drawing every day. Great stuff, but it's wasted time if you don't know what you're trying to hit. And if you don't know, like everybody inside of us, you've probably got at least 1 to 3 things that you'd love to try, whether it's comics, animation, illustration, or something like that, right? At least one of those is pulling you a little bit more than the other ones, right? And if you don't know what it is, maybe like I've said, take a week, take the night, whatever time you have, and just spend it with you. What turns you on? What gets you excited to pick up a tool and create something? What is it? What is that thing? Right? And that's the unique thing with artists is we usually have something that we need to have to make our thing, right? And you need to find out what that is. Because the sooner you figure out what that is, I'm telling you right now. So you're going to explode with like clarity because let's say it's comics, just for context. So let's say comics is what you want to do. That means all those impulses, like, it'd be cool. I'm gonna do my comic, but like maybe I'll do like a little animation intro for my character. You don't need fuck that. You're making comics. Don't worry about that stuff anymore. Like you now have an idea, a roadmap of what you want to do, and all your decisions bounce off of that. I'll speak to myself again. It's for me. That's been huge. Just going, like I said. When was the last time you guys saw a pinup from me? It's been a while. I think like October or something like that. It hasn't been too long. But it's like once I decided to just go, okay, we're gonna do this. Not to say that you can't do other things. I'm not saying that. But it's once you make that decision to this is what I am going to be, and see if it's for me. See if I enjoy it. Then you don't have to worry about anything else. Everything you do, every decision you make, just go, does it help me get closer to that? And if it doesn't, see ya. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Makes life so much easier. Hey, VF, how's it going, man? Good questions, though, guys. Good questions. Thank you. Always when I get on my off the soapbox, right? I need to get like an image of just a soapbox so people can come in and they can go, oh, fuck, here we go. President is asking, thanks for all the wonderful questions, too, buddy. What if all you have are stories but struggle in art for a possible comic? Because that often happens to me where I have a story but kind of go too big to draw it. Okay, well, I'll ask you this. Does the act of telling that epic story in pictures excite you? Or does the act of writing that epic story excite you? Because what I'm saying here is, I'm not saying, okay, well, maybe you're supposed to be a writer, not an artist. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, maybe what you need to do to feel satiated and feel like fulfilled in a lot of ways is do your own smaller comics yourself, still write those epics, but hire somebody to draw them. Hire somebody that's got a little bit more talent than you. I'm using talent, like what you would compare talent that you don't, that you apparently lack. You said, get somebody else to illustrate it for you, and that way your story is still getting put out there. Now, if that makes you upset, where it's like, no, I have to do it all, well, then if that's the story you want to tell, if that's the thing you're putting all your chips on, like, no, this is what's getting me up in the morning. Like, I need to do this, but I just lack the ability. Guess what? You just hit the lottery. You hit the lottery because you know what you want, and so many people don't. So, if that's the story you want to tell, because that's the thing that gets you excited, that means all of your studying from here until you feel confident to do it is, how do I get my art to look like this? But know what it is, okay? And I know that might sound like a little opposite of what I was saying. Of regardless, you need to still make comics, period. If comics are what you want to do, just don't tell this story yet. Do these short little things, grind them out, get better, study, and start doing like small little 3 to 5 page comics of, let's say it's a war comic, of like World War II. It's just somebody storms a beach, and at the end of the beach, they all die. Something simple. And draw those things. Grind it out. You're gonna hate it, trust me. But you're picking up skills of getting better at those war scenes. So you know that when it's okay, I'm going to spend like a couple hours this weekend studying. You know, I suck at drawing group shots. So you're going to go look at other artists or whatever, and you're going to practice drawing quick hand sketches or something of like group shots of people, right? So that when you come back to keep going on your comics or your next little small comic, that you're going to incrementally get better. But the best part is, you know what it is you're doing, why you're trying to do that. And why I'm saying you hit the lottery is, yeah, you might not feel like it today, but you know what the hell you want. And that alone should give you enough drive. And that's what I was saying. If it doesn't give you enough drive, what I was just saying, then maybe writing it for somebody else is something that you should probably consider. Or just writing in general. Meta was saying stories speak to the man. Just telling stories, that's what draws me to comics. Right on. See, at least, so again, Matter, you know what it is. So you know what your art is. That's the best part. You know what it is that gets you excited about comics. It's the stories. So your art, and like you even said it earlier today, you're gonna start checking it. Like, you came in here. I know before you used to come in here and you're saying you got a lot of pain and kind of run down and stuff. But what you just said, it's amazing. What you just said is awesome, dude. You came in super pumped today. And you even said, I can't wait to go look at these other artists that we were just casually talking about, because I want to have more of that black and white. And it's not just the black and white that's interesting. It's because what you just said, man. It helps your storytelling. And that's what I'm talking about, guys. Do you see how quickly it happens if you know what the fuck you want, and everything steers towards it. It literally opens up a floodgate of fucking clarity. If you sit every night and every day going like, God, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want. You need to sit down and figure out what it is that you want currently. You're going to be a different person in 5 to 10 years from now, but currently you need to figure out what the hell, so you can try it and go, it's not for me, and move on. You can't keep going back and forth, because if you keep doing that, you're never going to go anywhere. You're going to feel regret, and you're going to fucking, like, what's the point of getting up? Confusion all the time, and not being able to make a decision. Again, I'm just going to reiterate. That's why those, like, even a 3-page mini comic is absolutely amazing. If I'll tell you right, straight talk. If you can't find the energy or the passion, and you want to do comics, if you can't find the energy, the passion, the drive, whatever, to do a 3-page comic of whatever you want, you're just leave. Stop doing comics. It's not for you. If you can't, think about this. I just suggested a way that you could wake up this weekend. This weekend you can get started tonight. I don't care, whatever. You could do 3 plots that are super simple. Then you get into some awesome character design. I mean, you're drawn right away. Those little plot cards, super simple to do, right? And then you're drawn right off the crack. This is awesome. Of anything you want, anything. And if you can't come up with something, or you still use that same excuse of like, but I'm no good, I can't draw yet. I'm just being honest with you. I would highly suggest looking into something else art related besides comics, because if that doesn't get you excited doing whatever you want, that's a red flag. That's a red flag of something that you might have just been able to dodge a bullet instead of spending like X amount of years trying to get better at something that you're not even ready. You don't even want to do right now. You know what I'm saying? I spoiled the entire plot of the college. Hey, yeah, no problem, President. Nimrod, John, I feel with your help and putting in the time with drawing, I do feel like I'm getting better. With all the stuff from your YouTube 101s and the stuff you post on your Facebook encouragement, some keystones of my art. Hey, I appreciate it, Nimrod. I know, it's weird when I have like one-on-one like conversations with people on Patreon. It's different because like then I get to meet you guys. Like I know everybody kind of gets a little shy, or it's not like a natural meeting. It's not like we're all next to each other, right? But regardless, it's still cool to meet some of you guys, and like I get to watch you guys grow and struggle and all that stuff. And that's why, like, thank you, Darren. I appreciate that, man. But that's why I'm trying to just be blunt with you guys, but try to be encouraging as well. Because I'm not saying all this stuff like I'm on a high horse or anything. I'm just saying this stuff because it's taken me a long time to realize a lot of this stuff, and most of it, fuck, man, like 90% of it, it's always you fighting you. It's always what it is, and everything's out there to like make you doubt every decision you have is the right one to make. And I don't know what the hell that is. If that's like a generational thing, or if that's just like we're not men. Like, we didn't experience a war. We'd have to go to war. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you guys have ever thought about this stuff. I think about it all the time. Like, what is it about like the old school men? Like that idea of a man that could like they go in there and they get shit done, and like they were just acting. I highly doubt all those dudes were just like, yeah, I know exactly what to do. Like I'm the man right now. I know the situation. I'm gonna fix it for you. Don't worry about it. It's not that at all. It was just sort of like instinct. I imagine. Okay, I need to do this right now. I'm gonna go do that, and I'm gonna do it great. I don't know what it is that makes that not seem possible nowadays. Maybe I'm alone on this. I don't know. But and another side of it, I think too, is like the fact that we have unlimited choice. Really, if you're on the internet right now, you're probably in a decent life, um, and it's like the fact that you have all these choices makes it very hard to commit to something because you're always like, is this the one thing that's going to do the thing? And what I've found so far, anyway, is that it's not the one thing you're doing right now that's going to get anything. It's the things that you're currently doing that have built on what you did yesterday and where you're building for tomorrow. I know it's a really whack analogy, but it's everything. Everything matters, and to just not be doing something is actually the worst thing you can do. You're better off, and you guys have heard this. You're better off doing something and failing at it because at least you tried, and you're going to learn from it, right? And you're going to get better. So the next thing you do is the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. That's all. AK, any tip on doing background, especially cities, metropolitan? Oh, sorry, you already asked that. I didn't answer it. Sorry. I'm not that good at backgrounds, to be honest. You know, uh, I guess this is one thing I would. This is. I'm just doing this gross right now. So if you guys know, you can make like shapes and then turn them to line art, right? So I'm gonna use like a texture brush just to show you. Right, so I would do like a rough brush or something like this. And I'm doing something that's like way in the background. I don't want to put like a lot of detail in this. I just want this to be quick, right? So you do this. I have an action that's going to do this, and I'll just do it real quick so you can see it. So what it's doing is it's basically turning the lines into line art. It's a super simple thing. I don't want to overcomplicate this, right? But so this gives me like some shapes to work with, and then you can kind of like maybe put some like over top. Maybe put some like debris on the ground like this or something. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep doing this for a little bit. I do this a lot with like, especially like debris on the ground, and I'm using a rough brush just because it gives me a little bit of extra texture, right? But then from here, like you could just grab. I'll use my line art still, this right one, fine line art. Yeah, and then you sort of have to like, you remember the silhouette method we did of stuff? Just figure out, or actually, let's do this appropriate. Let's uh, let's make a perspective here, right? So I'll go super simple. We'll go here, and I don't know. We'll put a point here. I know this might not directly answer your question, but I hope it helps. And yeah, we'll just do this for the up and down. I know they're going to be different, but okay, cool. So let's put that on multiply, lower the hell out of that, make a new layer, line art, fine line art, right? So that I have that, you can kind of just start to like, I don't know, imagine it in your head, I guess, of like, I don't know, maybe we got like, this is the front face of a building and it's kind of coming down. It's just sort of like, kind of like figure out what some of this stuff is. Maybe this is like a little water tower up here. I don't know. maybe this is like some weird texture there, and you might want to put some like windows broken out and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like you could quickly do something like this, and I try not to like say this as if it's like super simple to do. I know it's not. It's hard to be able to like break shapes down and stuff. But you know what I'm saying? Like you can just start to break things around like this. You know. Sorry, just to show you guys, I didn't. I have the action for that. So what you want to do is make a brand new layer, right? I'm just gonna get a fat brush here. I do this all the time with shoelaces, okay? Because you guys love watching shoelaces. So I'm just gonna do this. This is all in one layer. So what you do is you hold Control and you click inside the layer, right? You're gonna see like all these little dancing dots. What you're gonna do is just reduce the selection. I don't know. I'm gonna go 3, and then we're just gonna fill it with white. And that's it. That's all I did. So those actions I just record, so I can do that all over again without having to do all those steps again, right? So let's go. Well, what the hell? Let's make some shoelaces here. Okay, we'll run that action again. I'm gonna make a new layer, and we're gonna put little like rings. Okay, this brush doesn't really work for that. Do I even have like a legit brush? I don't think I do. Let's try this. There we go. Right, then we'll just run that action again. Cool, but I can move it down, and now they kind of go over. See what's happening? And then the best part too, since we filled it with white, I'll make a new layer, and let's maybe put like the tongue in here or something like that, right? And we got some look at this shoe. Isn't that an amazing shoe? You know what I'm saying? Anyway. So yeah, I hope that helped. What time is it? We made it. We didn't do comics the whole time. We did some really cool talking and stuff, but we made it. How long was the stream? 4 hours. I was about to roll over. Bang! There it is. 4 hours. We put in a solid work day today. Cool. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna try to enjoy like an hour of just probably staring at another screen, TV or something. I was talking about Street Fighter, but I don't think that's happening. I really don't think that's happening. I'm not feeling it. I just want to sit down and let entertainment flood my head. So lame. How do you do that for Photoshop? The exact same way. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, you do it the exact same way, man. So make a new layer, make your shape, and then Control, click in the layer again, and then you're gonna go Selection. I think it's Select, Modify, Shrink, or it's somewhere in there. Shrink. It's definitely there. I do it all. I have the exact same actions in Photoshop, and then you just fill it white. It's the exact same thing. Hey, no problem, AK. And if you guys are interested in stuff like that, head over to Freddie Williams' site. You can buy a lot of that stuff, or you can buy his book, DC Comics Guide to Digitally Drawing Comics. He has a whole ton of stuff in there. So, and a little, you know, like be on the lookout if you guys are interested. I'm actually, all I have to do is record the videos. Maybe I'll do it this weekend. I just got to make the time. But I'm going to be selling all of these actions as well. And I'll let you guys know more about that as well because, you know, you guys have been asking me forever. And yeah, you can make them all yourself. Totally. You can totally make them all yourself as well. But if you want to save yourself some time, I'll be selling them as well. A lot of information. It's actually huge. It's going to be awesome when it comes out. It's really cool. I don't want to say too much. I'm not sure. I'm sure I can say whatever I want about it, but it's gonna be cool. But I don't want to let the cat out of the bag just yet. But if you guys are interested in buying that stuff, I'll let you guys know. There'll be some videos coming out. You guys will see that stuff too. And yeah, let me just kind of move this stuff around. There. Okay. So let's put the KO layer on this guy. I'm gonna save it up, and then I'm gonna say goodnight to you guys. Cool. Okay, so let's save it up. Oh, okay. Alpha's saying, yeah, you could use the stroke as well. You could totally use a stroke. Yep. You can use the stroke in Manga Studio too here, just so you can see what the hell he's talking about, so you guys understand. So like, let's say you see your layer here. Let me just bring it over. Shit. Can you guys see this? Does this show up? Kind of shows up. In your layer properties, you can click this border effect button, okay? And just change this to black and set the thickness. So maybe we'll just go 3, right? But the problem is when you draw, right? When you draw, it's just going to look thick. But if you draw in white, and it's a little different this way because you kind of have to see it. But like, you know, you can draw like this too, right? And it'll still do the same thing, right? And I just made a waffle. It's the same kind of thing. Some people like working like this too because you get to see certain stuff, right? Like this is actually a really cool way. To be honest with you, I like to do this all the time when I'm doing like debris, right? Because I can just like check this out. Look at that. Look at that. We're getting like contoured debris and shapes, and I can just keep drawing on top of stuff. Do little specks. It's great. You want to do like little blood splatters and stuff, right? All kinds of stuff. And then you can make a new layer over top of everything. Grab your line art again, and let's just say it's debris, like rocks. Whoops. Let's go to black. You can just start putting like 3D shapes in these things. That's all. One of the benefits of digital, you can just kind of like break things up a bit. Maybe want to like add some line art to this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Saying. Check this out. You can take this layer that we just made. I'm going to turn the effect off. I'm going to fill it with black. Watch this. We're going to move it down. Whoa! Instant drop shadows. Instant line weight. That's why I try to tell you guys, like, fiddle around with this shit, man. Like, I know learning how to draw in and of itself is beyond ridiculously hard. But I've had many years in Photoshop just noodling and stuff, so I'm accustomed to a lot of this stuff, but it's pretty cool. You should try to stream. I should. I was sick all last week and a half. Normally I stream every night, usually around there, for like around 1 to 3 hours. Tonight was I'm getting the energy back from being sick, and I needed to do some comics. So what I said at the beginning of the stream, I'll just let you guys all know here that are here. I'll let you all know that are here. Yeah, it's time to go to bed. Is what I'm going to do. If you guys remember back in the day, we were streaming here. I guess whatever. Just so you guys can look at me while I talk. Ah, gross. Anyway, I love how like the reflection. Look at this. Makes it look like I got like this giant puff. Anyway, if you guys remember when we were doing the streams before, every Wednesday was like the Scribbles show, you know? So it was every Wednesday from 8 to 9 p.m., something crap like that. And then it was like once a month we would do critique shows and stuff. I wanted to, and I've told you guys this, I want to get this back going and I want to get all that stuff rolling again because, trust me, if there's people making content and they have a schedule, it makes me much more appreciative because I can go, well, what am I doing this day? Oh, hey, so-and-so's on. I'll watch them while I work. I get all that, right? So what I'm going to try to do, because what I've noticed on YouTube is I've sort of hit a wall, and that's got to be for two reasons that I can think of off the top of my head. One is the content I'm putting out is just not appealing to people. I get that. The second one is YouTube has been in a really weird spot. You guys are probably following other channels on YouTube, and you may have heard some of the stuff going on with YouTube. And here, let me turn this off so I don't have to keep getting all this light in my face. But you can hear all this stuff that's happening, and it's not really affecting me at all. But the thing is it's just not. The traffic isn't there. The traffic's weird. It's really, I don't know what it is. So what we're gonna try doing, I'll either try it this weekend or next week. I'm going to start with like probably 2 days a week, specifically on Twitch. We'll still do some streaming on here as well. And all the Twitch streams I'll upload on YouTube going forward as well. Don't expect it to become like an entertainment show. It's still going to be the same thing. I just want to see if there's an audience there that I might be able to gravitate to. Because it might be another launching point instead of just sticking on YouTube. I'm not sure yet. So we'll check that out, okay? So if you guys are interested, follow me on Facebook, Twitter. I'll let you guys all know when I'm streaming. Or if this is your first time here, please hit the like, subscribe, and you'll get notified as well whenever we go live. Okay? Cool. Okay. I'll catch up with you guys in the chat in a bit there. Okay. Well, anyway. Thank you guys so much for all your time. You guys have been here for 4 hours. Awesome. And again, please leave any comments below in the chat of all the questions that I was asking you guys earlier before about like Discord and stuff like that, okay? I appreciate that. Anyway, I'm getting out of here. Keep reading comics. Keep making comics. I'll talk to you guys on the next video. Love you all. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.